is good, right? I'm 22. I've got loads of talent. How about playing shortstop for the Cleveland Indians for the next 20 years, maybe? I mean, he does it all. Combination of speed and power and defense. A lot of scouts around the league think he might be the premier shortstop, and that's saying a lot, considering it's a position that has a lot of talent. But Lindor, a centerpiece for this Cleveland Indians, who have been so good in this first half.
He came up last season, was promoted in early June, finishes the runner-up to Carlos Correa for American League Rookie of the Year, and has been just as good here in his second season, even better, and headed to the All-Star game. So you've got a 22-year-old who's headed to his first All-Star game for the Indians. You have a 39-year-old on the other side of it in Carlos Beltran, who's headed to his ninth.
Yes, Carlos Beltran has been everything the Yankees could have asked this season. Where would they be without his bat? Another switch hitter with power. Maybe having one of the better years of his career. As Joe said, going to go to the All-Star game, and well-deserving. Carlos Beltran has been nothing but electric for the Yankees. Power. The only problem is that he's got to be a DH now. He can't play right field with that bad leg.
And in a season where the Yankees have desperately needed him to produce, he has. There are the numbers, his best numbers in a Yankees uniform in his few seasons in the Bronx. It's a perfect day for baseball. Light blue skies above, temperature in the high 70s, low 80s. Wind has been gusting around some. It'll be interesting to see how that plays on a day where, once again, they've loaded this place up. Near the bottom of the majors in attendance, but a couple of sellouts already this week. Had one last night, and nearing one today to watch Danny Salazar take the ball for Cleveland. He'll face off with his New York Yankees lineup, which has regressed a ton from a season ago, and they were second in the majors in runs scored. They were third in slugging in the American League. They've dropped down to 24th in scoring, dead last in the American League in slugging, and a big part of that has been the regression from the veterans. Teixeira and Rodriguez both out of the lineup today.
And it doesn't get easier when you have to face arguably the most productive starter in the American League this year, and this guy, who is absolutely a tough chore to handle. His stuff is off the charts. The numbers speak for themselves. The only critique I can give there is maybe the 44 walks in the 99 innings, but the 113 strikeouts sort of offset that number just a bit.
At 236 earned run average, leads the American League, and 26-year-old from the Dominican Republic headed to his first All-Star game this week. The Yankees took the opener on Thursday 5-4. Ivan Nova beating Trevor Bauer in that game, but the Indians coming back in blowout fashion last night. 10-2 the final score to even the series at a game apiece. Salazar to Gardner with ball one, and off we go. Second game that Gardner's hit leadoff, with Joe Girardi flipping he and Jacoby Ellsbury at the top of his lineup. Very similar players. Just trying to give the lineup a different look here as the first half comes to a close.
Yeah, it's been debated a long time when you have, as you said, similar skill sets between Ellsbury and Gardner. Which one's which? Ellsbury's so used to leading off, but Gardner sees more pitches. So I think the thought is maybe Gardner might thrive in that leadoff hole.
On 1-1, he fouls it off, and it's 1-2. Gardner's been better lately for the Yankees. He was hitting .211 in early June, but over .300 in the month since. Salazar home with a 1-2. Gardner fouls off another. Salazar and this starting staff for the Indians helping Cleveland win 17 of its last 21 games. Best record in the majors since the beginning of June. Gone 26-10 since June started. It was after a first 2 months of the season where they were 26-24, part of what was a really tightly clustered Central. But in the last month, they've pulled away.
They really have, and you know, they've kind of gone back to the book in terms of we can do it with a strong rotation. You know, it's in vogue to have dominant bullpens nowadays. And that was a big decision for them in the offseason. You and I talked to Tito Francona before the game, and the decision to hold on to all that pitching really is paying off right now.
Plenty of calls to the Indians front office with that surplus of starting pitching. One of whom in Salazar induces a ground ball to Kipnis for the first out of the game. The Gardner's retired and one away in the first. This Indians defense around Danny Salazar has been one of the best in baseball since Francisco Lindor, their shortstop, who we talked about off of the top, was promoted last June. That was after the first couple of months last year where they were one of the worst defensive teams in baseball. It's amazing the impact one guy can have at a key spot. Jacoby Ellsbury hammers the ball foul, strike one.
You look at the Indians roster construction, a lot of draft choices on that field. Number ones, number twos. They've really done a great job in their farm system.
Ellsbury, former Red Sox draft pick. In his third season with the Yankees. Signed that huge 7-year contract. Really on the strength of one monster season when he was an all-star in 2011. MVP runner-up that year. Takes inside and it's 1-2. He was his manager in Boston for a while, Terry Francona.
So when you think about Terry Francona, Joe, and you look at what he did in Boston, breaking through, the manager of the team that finally got a World Series championship, and now he's got a chance to do it again here in Cleveland. What you have is the basis for a Hall of Fame career as a manager, and if he continues on this trajectory, I think you can start to make an argument that Francona is on his way to the Hall of Fame.
Fourth season in Cleveland now. Those World Series in Boston in 04 and 07. And as a team that has people around here starting to think about October and into November, the Indians in first in the Central. It's the biggest lead this late in the season that the Indians have had since they had an 8-game lead to finish the 07 season as division champs. Cruising over the last month and a half. Salazar to Ellsbury with a 2-2 and a softly hit foul. So while the Indians, David, are out in front of the Central, the Yankees find themselves here 2 games below 500 and kind of caught in between with the deadline a few weeks away.
A lot of decisions are going to go right down to the wire before the deadline for the Yankees.
Ellsbury goes the other way with a base hit. Jacoby Ellsbury with a 1-out single. And up comes Carlos Beltran. It's the effect that you're seeing of the second wild card team across baseball. More teams tend to think they're in it for longer. And the Yankees, while they're 7.5 out in the division, 5.5 out of the second wild card. So enough hope where it's not a sure thing that they totally go all out sail right now.
Yes, and you have to empathize with the Yankees. They're in a unique position in a big market with great tradition. It's very hard for them to make that decision to pull a plug.
Beltran in the air to left, sending Ramirez back with plenty of room for out number 2. So the Yankees in 4th in the East right now. Baltimore is out in front. Toronto has been red hot as of late. Some news out of Boston today. Craig Kimbrell with a tear in his meniscus will miss 3 to 6 weeks. It's right on the heels of the Red Sox acquiring Brad Ziegler from Arizona. Runner at first with 2 gone, and here's Brian McCann. Double and a home run last night. 14 long balls on the season. That leads all catchers in baseball. And after a slow start, has started to heat up here nearing the break. Strike two.
It is really a thin position, the catcher's position around the league, both leagues. That when you look at McCann's numbers, they are very respectable, well above average when you compare to catchers both in the National and the American League.
Salvador Perez will start the All-Star game for the American League at catcher. Salazar with an 0-2. And a bouncing ball to beat the shift into left. The entire left side of the infield vacated with the shift on a guy that sees the shift as much as anybody.
Music to the ears of all the old school guys out there. Can't you just hit a ground ball to the left side? Well, here you go. Nobody home.
Couple of hits last night went to the opposite field as well for McCann. So he keeps the inning alive for Didi Gregorius. And in a season where not much has gone right for the Yankees, this has been a bright spot. The young shortstop has just gotten better and better.
Becoming a fan favorite in New York. Just an infectious energy, a great smile, very durable, plays every day.
Takes a strike from Salazar. Numbers over his last few weeks, over the last few days, 7 for 11.
And really hits the ball all over the place. Left field, center field, and has pull power as well. As you see, he's hard to defend. There's no real shift that you can employ against Didi Gregorius. This recent hot streak, he really does hit the ball where it's pitched.
There are not many guys anymore that you see a straight up defense against like that. On 0-1, he swings through a fastball at 94, 0-2.
It's classic Salazar. He sits right there about 94, 95, well above average velocity wise, and now ahead in the count brings that devastating changeup into play.
Top 5 in the American League with that fastball velocity. See what he goes to on 0-2. Back to it, missed away.
Good sound on the pop of the mitt, and it tells you the life on that fastball.
He's won 6 consecutive decisions, hasn't lost a game since Boston beat him at Fenway in late May. Ellsbury at second, McCann at first, and a 1-2.
Thing about Didi Gregorius is he doesn't strike out a lot and he doesn't walk a lot. He's kind of hard to do both. Only 10 walks on the year, 33 strikeouts.
And his second season in a Yankee uniform. The near impossible task of replacing Derek Jeter as the everyday shortstop, which makes what you said about him becoming a fan favorite even more impressive, because he entered a situation that not many guys were going to have a shot to succeed in.
Big challenge. I mean, I saw Tino Martinez do it with Don Mattingly back in the 90s and do it very well, but there's always going to be a bump in the road at the beginning, and there was for Gregorius, but no more. He is well established at this point.
First full-time shortstop for the Yankees since 1995, not named Derek Jeter. 2 on, 2 out in the first, and Gregorius swings over a breaking ball for strike 3. Yankees with a couple of base runners, but Salazar pitches around it. The Indians come up for the first time after this. Game 3 with the All-Star break looming. Yankees strand a pair in the first. And the Indians come to bat against the former Indian CC Sabathia with his starting lineup. And this has been one of the surprises for the Indians this year. That is the fact that they've hit. Everybody knew that they'd pitch. Everybody thought they'd play defense. But top 5 in the American League in runs per game as Rajai Davis looks at strike one. So Sabathia making a return. The place that he began his career for 7.5 seasons were here in Cleveland. Now in his 16th year, but I know you had a few instances where you returned to former teams, and he's done it enough now where it's probably not as big of a deal. But what are some of the emotions in a situation like this?
You still have to feel it without a doubt. Sabathia, I mean, there's a pride and ego factor involved, and he certainly wants to do well.
And he hits Davis on an 0-2 pitch. Or did it get the bat? Is Davis not headed anywhere yet?
Judging from the sound,
that was all him.
Yeah, I got the elbow guard. That's what made that clanking sound rather than the bat. Leather meets plastic.
Yeah.
Still hurts even with the guard.
Gives you an appreciation for what that might feel like. Watching it from that angle behind the dish. Davis on base to begin things for Cleveland against Sabathia. And a scoreless game here in the first inning. Davis always a threat to take off. Second in the American League in steals. Kipnis lays down a bunch. Chase Headley will throw him out. Davis moves into scoring position. Well, Sabathia, David, had that 7-start stretch from early May to mid-June where he had an ERA below 1. It was one of his best stretches ever. But his last 3 times out, that ERA is above 8.
Yeah, he's kind of regressed to the mean, I guess, as you say. He was so good for so long, but this is a completely reinvented CC Sabathia at this point. You know, no longer the high 97-mile-an-hour fastball is part of his repertoire. He has definitely bought into this cutter philosophy, greatly influenced by Andy Pettitte, who had one of the great cutters of all time. Obviously, the Yankee and Houston Astros pitcher has worked with CC Sabathia, and CC's really taken it to heart.
Here's the All-Star Lindor. Looks at a backdoor breaker for strike one. 22 years old, and like we talked about off at the top, headed to his first All-Star game. Davis at second and 1 gone. Hit an 0-1. Strike 2.
Think of all the great young shortstops in the game now. Carlos Correa certainly comes to mind, but from a profile standpoint, Lindor profiles strictly as a shortstop. He's going to stay there. He's quick. He's a great defender. A lot of people feel like maybe a guy like Correa might end up moving to third. So long term, Lindor's a pretty good guy to have in your organization playing shortstop.
Waits on this 0-2 from Sabathia. That takes it a little bit low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I think everybody knew that he would field as Davis takes off and takes third. Rajai Davis heads up play to advance.
Caught everybody by surprise, including us up here. See, that's sort of a delayed steal. You see, he thinks Headley's holding back. Just caught everybody napping. Clearly a stolen base right there, but Rajai Davis, excellent base running.
His 23rd stolen base of the season, which ties him with Houston's Jose Altuve for the American League lead.
He kind of lulls them to sleep, you know. A modified delayed steal. Once he doesn't go right away, the infielders put their heads down. McCann tosses the ball back, and Davis has got that kind of speed to delay it and go.
Infield comes in for this 2-2. McCann sets inside, and Lindor fouls it off. What I was starting to say before Ajay Davis decided to interrupt was that Francisco Lindor is always a guy who has been a really spectacular fielder, but his numbers offensively in the minors were never that good. About a .270 hitter over a few minor league seasons, but above 300 last year, right at 300 coming into this game. Off of the handle to short. Gregorius checks Davis back to third. What are Lincoln keys to the game?
You know, when you're a starting pitcher, you usually concentrate on pitching against the other lineup, but the keys to the game for me is CC must match Salazar. You know who you're pitching against. You know he's going to be tough to score on, especially with the Yankees struggling to score runs. So you got to match that other guy. It could be a 6-inning game because of the Yankees bullpen. That's why I think you see the Indians playing for 1 run here in the first inning, and that really comes down to first blood. When the Indians score first, they're 40-10 this year. When the opponents score first against the Indians, they're 12-24. So for the Yankees, get a lead early, get the ball to their bullpen in the 6th inning.
Mike Napoli with a man at third and 2 gone. Strike one. They got that early lead in a big way last night with a 4-run first inning. Hitting 3 home runs in that opening inning against Chad Green, who's already been sent back to AAA. 4 in the first, 2 in the third, 2 in the fifth, and a 10-2 Indians win. Foul tip, strike 2 on Napoli. Had one of the 5 home runs on the night for the Indians, and it was the longest home run this year by a Cleveland player, measured at .460.
Almost hit the guy with the drum up there. The guy with the drum, he's been there forever banging on that drum. He had to duck, and then he started pounding that drum again. That's a long way up there where he sits.
Here comes an 0-2. That's outside to Napoli. It was his 18th homer, his 13th coming here in Cleveland.
Of course, the guy pounding the drum up there, John Adams.
Yep.
Famous, been around forever. Old stadium, new stadium.
Look, he's even got his own plaque right there in front of his drum.
I don't know if he's ever gotten a home run up there before. I got to believe that was the first time.
I know Mark McGuire once hit one here off Oral Hershiser that was up around that territory. Mark Reynolds hit one a couple of years ago that was way back there. Full count on Napoli. Do they have a John Adams cam? Is that a fixed camera on John Adams? He shrugged, but he knows it's John Adams' cam. Look at that. Davis at third with 2 gone, and a 3-2 to Mike Napoli. Just misses downstairs, and Sabathia issues the 2-out walk.
Sabathia understands at this point in his career, sometimes you have to pitch the first inning as if it were your last inning. Understanding that if you allow the Cleveland Indians to get a lead here early, then you neutralize the Yankees bullpen. And the Yankees bullpen, all 3 of them are ready to go today, well rested. So as we said in our keys to the game, it's so important to allow your team to score first in this game.
Spatansis and Miller and Chapman at the back end. They got the final 11 outs of Thursday's game. Carlos Santana takes ball 1. How about the season Santana's having? Hit his 20th home run last night to extend his hitting streak to 9 games. He was the first Indian with 20 home runs prior to the break since Grady Sizemore did it 8 years ago. 1-1.
Santana's always had a great eye. He's got 50 walks on the year and only 51 strikeouts. So that's a rare thing when you see those two numbers close together in the modern day game. You see a lot of high strikeout guys, but very few around the league that have more walks than strikeouts.
And can add that to 20 home run power in the first half.
A 3 true outcome guy, right? Home run, strikeout, or a walk.
Runners at the corners and 2 gone, and a 1-1 pitch. He's hitting 5th today, but he's hit leadoff for a good chunk of the season. First time in his career that he's done that. As far as the eye test goes, not a leadoff guy, but the numbers you're talking about with the ability to walk. He's done more than anybody in the American League since he became an everyday player. Has him a nice fit at the top of Terry Francona's lineup. McCann out to talk with Sabathia.
Understandable, pitching very carefully here, even with 2 outs. You still, even though very unconventional, second base is open, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Sabathia not give in here. Even if you lose him, you got a fresh count with the on deck circle guy, even with the bases loaded in the first inning. And Santana's very dangerous to be able to give in right here.
On 3-1. Painted over the outside corner. 3-2.
Good change up there from Sabathia to get to 2 strikes.
You hit Rajay Davis to start the inning. Davis now at third. Napoli's at first after the 2-out walk. And a 3-2 to Carlos Santana. Hit hard to the hole. It's short. Gregorius smothers it. Long throw won't get him. And the Indians take a 1-0 lead. Infield single, Carlos Santana to score Davis.
Sabathia with the cutter inside, and Santana fights it off. You could see 3 or 4 hops. Gregorius gets to it, but by that time there's no chance. So an excellent job on range from Gregorius, but not enough time to get up and make a strong throw.
Now style points on getting to the ball. My goodness. So Santana with a run batted in, his 48th of the season. And the Indians with a 2-out run here in the first. Jose Ramirez takes ball 1. You mentioned scoring early important for this team. They've won 26 of their last 30 when scoring first. Even more important when you're facing the Yankees and they're back into the bullpen. Career year for Ramirez. Hard hit to first, and Ralph Snyder, who's playing first base for the first time in his career this year, picks it on a backhand to bring the inning to a close. But the Indians get 1 after 1. Starlin Castro leads off the second for the Yankees and follows back Danny Salazar's first pitch. Strike one. Joe Davis and David Cone back here in Cleveland. Indians getting a first inning run and an infield single from Carlos Santana. Castro in his first season with the Yankees. Former Cub, came over in exchange for Adam Warren during the offseason. Back up the middle into center for a base hit. That is already the third Yankee hit against Salazar, and it leads off the second inning. This Indians team in first place on the strength of this starting rotation. They've got a pair of all-stars in Kluber and Salazar. Bauer is having a career year. Carrasco's having a career year. Tomlin is 9-2. This is right now the top rotation in baseball.
Carlos Carrasco, who will pitch tomorrow, probably easily could have been picked for the All-Star team, but bad timing, you know, and that's why Kluber was picked, because he pitched last night and will be more rested for the Tuesday night game. You know, I like to look at game score to evaluate starting pitchers, and Cleveland has 4 of the top 12 in the league, and Salazar leads in that category. It's an old Bill James stat, game score, that just is a plus and minus, simple point system, similar to a quarterback rating in football.
Chase Headley softly hit the short. Lindor's got one, and he's got to throw over the head of Santana at first and into the dugout. So they get the out on the fielder's choice, but then an error on Lindor will move Chase Headley into scoring position.
Well, really an unforced error. As you see, Castro gets down early, doesn't even get to the bag, so that's all on Lindor. The days of the takeout slides are over. You saw Castro bail almost, just got down well before the bag, never even reached the bag, so Lindor just kind of launched it.
So a man at second with one gone, and Rob Refsnyder making the start today at first base because Mark Teixeira is getting a day for that sore knee. Refsnyder, a guy that Joe Girardi likes and is seeing more and more time. Some of that in right field with Carlos Beltran doing DHing mostly as he comes back from the sore leg.
Well, it is a big statement for Joe Girardi to sit Aaron Hicks on the bench, especially against these tough right-handed pitchers that Cleveland trots out there every night, and give Rob Refsnyder a chance to face the toughest righties in the league. They want to find out. They like what they see from Refsnyder, a professional approach at home plate. And he's finally getting his chance.
Came up late last year and actually started the wild card game at second base for the Yankees against Houston. He's an outfielder by trade, but has shown versatility, and that's really helped him get that opportunity that he's gotten this year. On a roster that is a little bit cumbersome, he's a nice piece for Joe Girardi to be able to move around. And he's down on strikes. There's that change again.
Well, it's his best finish pitch, and you can see a little corkscrew spin on that modified circle changeup that he throws, and it goes straight down. Excellent depth.
I think to finish the first inning, he got Gregorius on that pitch, and I misidentified it as a breaking ball, but it has that kind of action.
It really does. I mean, it's hard to call. It must be even harder to hit. And Salazar, one of the best in the game. Well above average fastball, but that changeup is devastating.
We mentioned Aaron Hicks losing some playing time to Refsnyder in right field. He's back in there today. And pulls a bouncing ball to Santana at first, who takes it to the bag and finishes the inning. Yankees get a leadoff single, but nothing to show for it. 1-0 Cleveland. Indians in front of the Yankees 1-0. A couple of veterans, couple of 16-year veterans going at it here to begin the second as Sabathia misses with ball 1-1. Uribe signed by the Indians this offseason. His 7th team in his 16 major league years. And he skies one back of first. Refsnyder into foul ground. Reaches into the seats, and the fan got a piece of it first, and the count's 1-1.
Not quite enough for Refsnyder to get there. Decent effort though for a guy, as you said, Joe, doesn't really have a lot of experience at first.
It's his 15th start there this year, but this is his first year of his entire career playing there. Outfielder by trade. Started playing some second base as a pro, and that was the spot that he broke in with the Yankees at last year. But in a season where Mark Teixeira's continued to battle injuries at first, Refsnyder's been an important piece there. Here comes the 1-2. Uribe floats another one towards Refsnyder. This time he's got room for out number 1. Sabathia gave up that one in the first. Gets the first out of the second. Now faces Abraham Almonte. 1 for 10 since getting activated on Sunday from the season opening 80-game suspension. Testing positive for the performance-enhancing drug. Terry Francona finding his spot for him in the lineup today. Well, Sabathia a season ago had his 3rd consecutive below-average season in a Yankees uniform. And it has been, despite the last few starts, quite a turnaround last year to this year. And a story that's well known around New York, a little bit less nationally, is what he went through towards the end of last season, and admitted to going through over a few years span, but admitted to a drinking problem last year on the final day of the regular season and checked into a rehab center the day after. Almonte shoots one to Castro for out number 2. So the day after the regular season finished, the day before the Yankees played in the wild card game, CC went through what he calls the most humbling, humiliating, scariest day of his life at the time, but nearing a year later, he calls it one of the proudest days of his life. Able to admit to the addiction that he'd been battling for about 3 years and get his life turned around.
Took a lot of courage from Sabathia, especially the timing, as you referred to. You're getting ready to play a playoff game, and all of a sudden, Sabathia says, I need to get out of here. I need help.
Yan Gomes goes after the first pitch, flies it to right center. Ellsbury takes charge and completes a quick second inning for CC Sabathia. coming up against Danny Salazar as we start the third inning. 3 hits against Salazar so far, but no damage on the scoreboard. Brett Gardner grounded to second his first time. He's an all-star for the first time in his career last year, which was his 8th major league season. But he hit just .206 after the all-star break while he battled hand and wrist injury. Re-aggravated that in the wild card game. And was shut down for most of the offseason, so got off to a slow start in spring. And that injury no doubt lingered some to begin this 2016 year. Salazar's fallen behind him 3-1.
I think the offseason plan for the Yankees and general manager Brian Cashman was to bring in Aaron Hicks and kind of mix and match and give Gardner and Ellsbury days off.
Gardner goes the other way with a base hit that's knifed inside the line. It takes a weird bounce off of that sidewall. And so Jose Ramirez had to run forever on a leadoff double from Gardner.
It's a good approach against Salazar. Shorten up, go the other way, slicing line drive. Kind of ricochets off of the fence and comes back towards the infield, as Joe said. And that's an easy stand-up double for Gardner here, leading off the third.
He's been much better over the last month or so. That average above 300 since early June. The Yankees with a base hit in each of the first 3 innings against Salazar, trying to cash in now. Ellsbury singled against him his first time. And bangs one foul just outside the line. Seeing some hard hit balls already against Salazar. And while David, he's been dominant this season with your basic numbers, when you look at exit velocity against, Danny Salazar has the highest exit velocity against, meaning the hardest average hit ball against him of any starter in baseball this year.
Yes, when they do put it in play, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of it is that four-seam fastball we've seen this inning. It's got a good fastball velocity-wise, but kind of challenges a lot of hitters. So I would imagine, at least just on my educated guess, that a lot of those hard hit balls are all fastballs.
On the ground is second. Jason Kipnis throws out Ellsbury. And again, it's important to remember that, you know, with the exit velocity, just because it's hit hard doesn't mean it's hit far. It can be a 100-mile-per-hour ball off of the bat and headed straight into the ground, and he's got himself a ground out.
Absolutely. I mean, generally speaking, pitchers try to keep the ball off the fat part of the bat. You're trying to induce softer contact, and hitters, conversely, are doing just the opposite. They're trying to barrel it up and make hard contact. So there is a story there. I think Salazar has been able to almost completely offset that with his ability to strike hitters out. And when he gets ahead, he can go to his changeup.
Carlos Beltran fouls off the first one. It's at 95, and it's strike one.
Salazar's not a nibbler. He challenges a lot of guys with his fastball. He's not shooting for the corners. He works more up and down. He'll go up the ladder with his fastball. So it's straight and it's hard. And so when you make contact, it's going to get hit hard.
Beltran digs one out for an RBI single. In to score from third is Gardner, and the Yankees have tied the game at 1 on a base hit from Carlos Beltran.
Carlos Beltran keep on keeping on, and this is off speed, and that's what Beltran's been able to do. He's been on everything, inside, outside, fastballs, changeup that's down and in, a little bit off the end of the bat, but stays through it and picks up the RBI hit.
55th run batted in to lead the team. Brian McCann looks at strike one. And we talk about this Yankees team and being caught in between right now, between going for it and trying to chase down one of those 2 wild card spots or selling. couple of pieces that are more obvious than others as guys that you would try to move, and one of them is Carlos Beltran with the year that he's having, the final year of his deal. The other one would be Aroldis Chapman as far as obvious pieces to try and move.
Without a doubt, you know, for years the World Series always seemed to run through the Bronx, and it still may with their assets. If they do decide to sell, they can change the balance of power with a Chapman, with an Andrew Miller if he becomes available. Carlos Beltran with his postseason resume and how well he's swinging the bat.
McCann turns on one and sends a high drive down the right field line. It is a foul ball.
Well, I missed it by that much. It's probably a ball. It's above the belt and maybe on the inside corner, and not quite Carlton Fisk-like right there, but a little body language.
At number 14 of the season last night. He just barely misses there and finds himself behind Salazar 0-2. And he's behind this one for strike 3.
Kind of what Tito Francona told us, Joe, beforehand, that Salazar's got another gear. 96 miles an hour up the ladder there. He's got the ability to add when he gets in trouble or when he feels like he needs it. And that's what you call adding a little bit right there.
Cruel game, baseball. McCann misses a home run by several feet down the line. He goes down swinging. And Didi Gregorius to bat with 2 away. Fouled that one off himself. So after you go from answering the question sell or not, then the question becomes to what degree. Do you sell a few key pieces, or is it a wholesale fire sale? And as you get farther and farther down the list, beyond Beltran and beyond Chapman, Brian McCann is a guy that you start to find in discussions.
Still has a lot of value, without a doubt, Brian McCann. And swinging the bat so well once again. And compare him to other catchers around the league, he's top shelf.
And you had mentioned Miller. He's another name that's kind of in that next category if the Yankees really decide to try and flip things.
You bring up a great point, Joe. There's different degrees of selling and buying, a little bit of both. Full bore, unplug it and blow it up. But the Yankees have tremendously valuable pieces, and if they do get into sell mode, it will affect the balance of power, especially if Andrew Miller and Chapman come into play.
Gregorius turns on one to deep right field, and Didi Gregorius puts the Yankees in front. 11th home run of the season, and it's 3-1 New York.
Well, once again, the energy of Didi Gregorius. Life on the bench, too, as well. As you see, that bench just lights up for this young kid. And inside that location right there, he is absolutely crushed as of late. A lot of his home runs are right there on that down and in location. He just does not miss it anymore, at least during this hot streak, at least.
His second long ball of the series. And the Yankees have scored 3 in a row to take this 3-1 lead. Starlin Castro laid in a fastball at 96.
There's your exit velocity, Joe, right there. I mean, that made a loud sound up of Didi Gregorius' bat.
Up one notch to 97 on that fastball, taken high and away. Castro singled through the middle his first time. After McCann just barely missed, Gregorius straightened this one out.
Trying to put myself in Salazar's shoes when I look up and down at that Yankee lineup. That's the guy I don't want to let beat me. You know he's hot coming in here. And certainly Salazar wasn't trying to throw that pitch there, but he's the one guy in that lineup you want to be careful with right now. Now from a Yankee standpoint, Sabathia in the driver's seat with a 2-run lead now, trying to get the ball to the bullpen.
And it is worth noting that Gregorius is batting out of the 5 spot today. Yankees fans been calling for him to move up from the bottom part of the order where Joe Girardi had kept him and claimed that he was comfortable there, which I'm sure he has been. But he's forced his hand. Uribe, a long throw to get Castro. It's the second time Gregorius has hit out of the 5 spot this year, and you get the feeling that he's up there to stay this time. Home run number 11 of the season, and the Yankees lead. Coming up. Futures game is tomorrow on MLB Network. Home Run Derby's Monday at 8 Eastern with the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by Chevy, all leading up to the Midsummer Classic, only on Fox, 7:30 Eastern on Tuesday. And both of these teams will have a few representatives. Beltran, Miller, Betances for the Yankees, 2/3 of that back end of the bullpen. Indians will have Lindor, and then a couple of pieces of their vaunted starting pitching staff in Salazar and Klub. Rajai Davis was hit by a pitch to start the Indians afternoon and came in to score their lone run. One and two. Davis shoots one to first. Refsnyder takes it to the bag. Out number 1. Time now for a game break. Here's Kevin Burkhardt. All right, Kevin and David, Baltimore had won 7 in a row, jumped out to a 5.5 game lead in the division, but they've lost 6 of 8. That road trip that went through San Diego and Seattle and then Los Angeles. Still with a 1-game lead over Toronto. As Jason Kipnis looks at ball 1.
Get to fill in. Mark Trumbo likes Camden Yards. Most hitters do when they go there. Boy, he's really, what a steal in the offseason for the O's. They bring him to Camden. And makes the Yankees' decision-making process, as we were talking about last inning with regards to the trade deadline, that much more difficult, because the American League East, while highly competitive, each team has its own flaws. Baltimore in pitching, Boston in pitching. We've seen the injury to Kimbrel in Boston. The American League East is there for the taking, and Toronto seems to be really asserting itself at this point, and they may have the most balance of any team in the division. Their starting pitching has been well above average this year, surprisingly so.
Although Marco Estrada going on the disabled list, that potentially is a big blow for Toronto.
And of course, Aaron Sanchez has been great, but he's probably on an innings limit to protect his really powerful young right arm. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly the dynamic in the American League East with regard to maneuvers down the run here, the stretch run over the next 3 weeks.
Jays had a 7-game winning streak snapped earlier this afternoon against Detroit. As Kipnis takes one in the dirt, count goes full.
And long term with the Yankees, if you want to have an eye towards the future, it's really Boston, the organization you're looking at, because of the young depth, the Mookie Betts and Bradley Jr., Bogarts playing short, and a great farm system. If that's what you're looking to in the future, you know, the Yankees are looking to get younger and more athletic and build their farm system as well to match the Red Sox.
And the Yankees fans everywhere just cringed hearing that, right? That the Red Sox are the model.
More on the way. They have a very good farm system with several prospects knocking on the door. So the Yankees, with an eye towards the future, that's what you're staring at.
Similar to what the Cubs have done with their rebuild, building through the system. Some good trades to help things in Chicago. Under the radar trades that turned into big pieces, like Jake Arrieta coming from Baltimore. Lindor looks at a strike after the Kipnis walk. Boston's 1-4 of 5. As we mentioned earlier, Craig Kimbrel placed on the disabled list with a meniscus tear. They say the window for his return is 3 to 6 weeks. I'm not a doctor, but 3 weeks on a tear.
That's pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
Dave Dombrowski, the general manager, didn't waste any time either addressing that need and attaining Brad Ziegler from Arizona, who's sidewinding righty, ground ball experts, got closing experience, and probably a good match for Fenway Park. Keep the ball on the ground, off of the monster.
Lindor shoots one through the hole for a base hit. Kipnis thinking first to third the whole way, and Hicks' throw is not in time. The Indians, by most measures, the best base running team in the majors, and Kipnis puts a man at third.
Well, this is a good matchup. Aaron Hicks has got one of the best arms in the major leagues. He gets to it in plenty of time, and the race is on. And he throws a bullet, but just offline, or else it would have been bang bang at third. Terry Francona talked about the need for the Indians to push the system. You have to take the extra baseman you can. And Hicks would have made that interesting, except for it's just a little wide right.
Well, you combine the starting rotation, which we've talked a ton about already for the Indians, with their overachieving offense, or at least their surprising offense. Not sure it's fair to call it overachieving this deep into the season. But when you combine that with them doing the little things well, leading baseball in base running, leading baseball in defensive efficiency, this is a really, really good club in a lot of different areas.
Tells a story, it really does. And the extra base taken, an underrated facet of baseball in general and of the Indians game.
Sabathia and McCann not on the same page.
Scoring from first on doubles, scoring from second on hard hit singles, first to third like we just saw over the course of the season. It really adds up.
Saw a really obscure stat. I don't know if you saw it, that we got from our Stats Inc. notes pack, that the Indians have the highest rate of scoring from second on singles since 1974.
It's the little things, secondary leads, anticipating the flow of the game, and taking chances.
Had to take some digging to find that one, though. Our Stats Inc. folks, huh?
You know, you can easily gloss over those things. Oh, you score from second on a single. What doesn't always happen, depending on the ballpark you're playing in, the outfield arms around you.
Napoli with men at the corners. The shadows starting to cross onto the diamond. Talk the way that the Red Sox and the Cubs have built through the system with their rebuilds. The Indians, you mentioned, have some nice draft picks as well, but they also had a couple of really nice veteran signings in the offseason, like Rajay Davis and like this guy Mike Napoli, who's leading the team with 61 runs driven in. Make it 62. Kipnis in from third. Up to second goes Lindor on an RBI single from Mike Napoli.
Well, the party at Napoli's continues, as that's a slider at 81 miles an hour, and even though he's out in front, stays on it and finds the hole. And the Indians trying to answer the Yankees back.
Terry Francona said that he talked the front office into signing Mike Napoli, largely based off a recommendation from Dustin Pedroia, who was Napoli's teammate in Boston and who played for Francona in Boston.
Well, it's a formula that works, Joe, without a doubt. It's a great point on your part. And when you add the right veterans with the right farm system guys you develop, you can catch lightning in a bottle. And Napoli's clearly a leader in there. You know, I mentioned Party at Napoli's. That's a T-shirt that they all wear in the clubhouse now. And where are we going after the game? Party at Napoli's. It's become a bit of a rallying cry for the Indians, and just shows you, the impact, the personality of a veteran can have on a clubhouse, especially a bunch of young guys.
0-1 on Carlos Santana. Here comes CC Sabathia. There goes a liner to right, sending Hicks back. Leaps and won't get it. Santana with extra bases. Lindor scores to tie the game at 3 on a Carlos Santana double.
First things first, the ball's hit hard. Secondly, Hicks hesitates a bit, and that was the difference as he leaps, and it looked like it just went off the top of his glove. Had a little trouble corralling. When we get there, the loud sound off the bat's the first mistake. The hesitation on a tough line drives the second, and then the fumble allows the run to score. And now you got a tie game with second and third, and Sabathia has just given up the lead.
And luckily for Aaron Hicks and CC Sabathia and the Yankees, the next runner was Mike Napoli, and that juggle didn't cost him another run. Third base coach Mike Sarbaugh holds Napoli at third, with Santana at second and Jose Ramirez to the plate. Little jam shot base hit puts Cleveland back in front. Late stop sign from Sarbaugh. Back to third goes Santana. Ramirez an RBI single. 4-3 Cleveland.
Well, very aggressive early in the count. A cutter. They're looking for it. It wasn't that bad of a pitch. Sabathia trying to get it in there. Credit Ramirez for fighting it off. And once again, we get to see Hicks's arm strength, and this is just an absolute rocket to home plate. So the right call by the third base coach to hold up Santana.
So that's 5 consecutive base runners against Sabathia after he got Rajay Davis to ground out to start the inning. They have them cornered again with one away for Juan Uribe. Bounce to third. Backhand Headley. He comes home and they will get Santana. Chase Headley with a nice play defensively to cut down a runner at home for out number 2.
Chase Headley has played an outstanding third base this year for the Yankees. After struggling last year, and you see the high fives in the Indians bench for taking the lead, have matched the Yankees, but Headley, a daring play. And McCann also, excellent play to not only reach across and snag that low throw, but to make the tag. From the overhead, kind of shows you that was a high degree of difficulty for Headley, deep and on the line.
So they get the second out on the bases, and Abraham Almonte comes up. Good men at first and second. Indians have answered the Yankees 3 spot with a 3 spot of their own here in the third. Almonte takes ball 1.
A lot of talk from starting pitchers about shutdown innings when you get a lead to be able to go right out there and shut them down. And conversely, on the Indian side, boy, what an answer. 3 runs, not only you get back in it, you take the lead. So really deflating for the Yankees bench and Sabathia, and uplifting for the Indians once again, who are continuing to stay hot and stay on a run.
They've won 17 of their last 21 games. That includes that franchise record 14-game winning streak. It was snapped over last weekend in Toronto. Since the beginning of June, the best record in the majors. Terry Francona's club, which leads the Central by 7.5 starting the day. Tigers pulled to within 7, beating Toronto earlier. Two on, 2 out in the third, and a 1-1 pitch to Almonte. Grounded to third on an in-between bounce. It's Headley to retire the side. After the Yankees get 3 in the top half, the Indians get 3 in the bottom half. MLB continues tonight on Fox. Mets trying to keep pace in the East against the Nats, Cubs and Pirates, Padres and Dodgers, all at 7 Eastern on your local Fox station, or you can watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Danny Salazar back to work against Chase Headley. 1 ball and 1 strike. Some panic, David, on the north side of Chicago. Cubs have lost 8 of 9. Worst record in the National League since June 19th with his 5-14 stretch. Are you concerned at all if you're a Cubs fan?
Absolutely, and you're also looking forward to getting some help from Theo Epstein at the trade deadline. And if you're a Yankees fan and you're also a fan of selling some of these pieces apart, this is good news for you or any other teams that are looking to potentially trade with the Cubs.
They're one of the teams that's been connected to several of the pieces that the Yankees have available, but most notably Andrew Miller.
It's a good matchup when you're looking for matchups, potential trade partners. The Cubs are at or near the top of the list.
Full count on Headley, and of course there's a natural piece that the Cubs have that a lot of American League teams have their eyes on, and that is Kyle Schwarber, who doesn't necessarily have a bona fide defensive position. It could be a monster DH. Headley strikes out swinging on a 95-mile-per-hour fastball for out number 1. Think that'd be enough to get Miller straight up with Kyle Schwarber, or would you need another piece to that?
I could see an expanded deal going on right there rather than just a 1-for-1, but nonetheless it's intriguing to talk about as the short porch in the Bronx awaits Kyle Schwarber, and it's very, very interesting to dream about that scenario.
Schwarber out for the year with the leg injury that he suffered the first week of the season.
A lot of people around baseball feel like Schwarber is a better fit in the American League for obvious reasons, the DH and defense. He was playing left field when he got hurt in a collision, and big bat, no position.
Perfect fit for the American League, right?
And very popular in Chicago as well, though.
He became somewhat of a folk hero during the postseason run last year after he was called up midseason. And to stand out among the call-ups they had last year, had to be doing something special. Salazar to Rob Refsnyder, 2-1. And it's 2-2.
You know, we've kind of danced around the topic of sellers or buyers, you know, throughout this broadcast. But from the Yankee standpoint, if you are going to be a seller, you've got to get that kind of guy in the return. You can't just sell to sell. You've got to get those top prospects like a Kyle Schwarber or a Joey Gallo. Whoever is identified by the Yankees front office as the guy that you need, because what you're giving up is a balance shifter. Andrew Miller would change the equation for postseason. He could push the Cubs over the top, and that's a big payoff on the receiving end if you're the guy who does get Chapman or especially Andrew Miller.
Both those guys have been connected to the Nationals as well. There's the connection between Dusty Baker and Aroldis Chapman from their days together in Cincinnati. And a couple of really nice pieces that the Nationals could offer back to a team like the Yankees. Salazar getting his signs from Yan Gomes, and home with a 2-2. Back-to-back Ks to start the 4th. 97 that time. And you're talking about the back end of this Yankees bullpen and whether or not guys like Miller and Chapman will be on the move. When they get in games where they use all 3 of those guys, they are 15-1 this year. And if that seems like a small number of games where they use them, got to remember Chapman missed the first month because of the suspension. Strike 1 on Aaron Hicks.
You know, when you think about how this game has gone down, Salazar has got new life here, and he's showing it. He's coming out throwing harder than ever. He seemed a little angry that he gave up the home run last inning to Gregorius. This is how you go about a shutdown inning, as he is dialing it up a notch.
Lindor at short for a 1-2-3 inning. First of the day for Salazar. There's that shutdown inning. Summer events back to back. The T-Mobile Home Run Derby on ESPN July 11th, 8 Eastern. And then the next night, it's baseball's biggest stars at the 87th All-Star Game, presented by MasterCard, July 12th on Fox. Coverage starts at 7:30 Eastern. CC Sabathia delivers the first pitch at the bottom of the fourth for a strike to Yan Gomes. Indians bringing 9-1-2 to the plate here in the fourth, after the 3-run third to retake the lead. With a flyout in the third, Gomes is now 1 for 22 in the month of July. And a guy that in 2013 and 2014, his first 2 full seasons in the majors, was one of the best hitting catchers in the sport. He now qualifies as the worst hitter in baseball by several categories. And he is retired again, this time on a pop out to Chase Headley. Gomes the first out of the fourth, and back to the top of this Cleveland order for Rajai Davis. 36th birthday coming up in a couple of weeks for CC Sabathia. 16th major league season, an all-star 6 times, won a Cy Young here in Cleveland at 07. It's one of the 5 times that he finished in the top 5 in Cy Young voting. Debuted in this ballpark as a 20-year-old in 2001. He's the youngest player in the majors at the time. Finished number 2 in Rookie of the Year that year behind Ichiro. He was here in Cleveland until they dealt him to the Brewers in 2008.
Well, the fact, Joe, that Sabathia started his career at 20 years old really makes a big difference. You think, 35, 36 years old, he's got time left. It's really, when the meter started ticking, so to speak. And that's why his ability to reinvent himself at this point in his career is such a big deal. even though it's not going his way, particularly today. But overall, he's got a formula he can work with now for the rest of his career. Completely changed his style, has bought into it. Everything he throws now moves: cutters, sinkers, changeups, and sliders.
Which is much different than that guy who was flaming 97 in the early part of his career.
Didn't really have to think a whole lot back then. You could just add. You can go up the ladder with well above average velocity and a really good slider.
Davis on the ground to third. Chase Headley's been busy today. 2 gone. Time for a game break. Here's Kevin Burkhardt. All right, Kevin, we'll see Bogart starting at shortstop for the American League Tuesday night in San Diego on Fox. It is quite an honor in 2016 to be one of the starters at short in the All-Star game. Jason Kipnis takes ball 1. Of course, you were around back in the previous golden age of shortstops. When Jeter and Nomar and A-Rod all broke into the league around the same time. Kipnis goes the other way. Gardner is there, and that's the inning. So a quick inning, and I want to give you thoughts on comparing these two groups of shortstops when we come back. It's in the third and a 4-3 game as we start the 5th. Back here in Cleveland on a beautiful day for baseball. Top of the Yankees order, Brett Gardner looks at strike 1 from Danny Salazar. We went to break talking about this current crop of shortstops. And the natural comparison has been to the crop that debuted in the mid-90s. You were traded to the Yankees during Derek Jeter's rookie season. He had debuted in May of that year, where you came over in July. What are your memories of an early Derek Jeter?
Always doing and saying the right things. You know, when rookies come up, and it's probably a little different nowadays, the culture in the clubhouse, but you veterans would really key on rookies and get on them and haze them a little bit. And you're always looking for rookies to do something wrong. And Derek Jeter just never did. And believe me, we were looking. That mid-90s Yankees group was a rough and tumble type group. We got on the rookies, but Jeter just always knew how to act. He knew when not to say anything, the right questions to ask. He was ready for the big leagues then. He ended up being the starting shortstop the following year on opening day here in Cleveland in '96.
Game that you pitched.
And that was the beginning of about a 20-year run for Derek Jeter playing shortstop for the New York Yankees. And that's why I kind of referred to Francisco Lindor in that same position. I'm not sure if he'll get 20 years consecutively like Jeter, but he's a long-term answer at short.
Gardner walks against Salazar to begin the 5th. So it was A-Rod that debuted in '94 for Seattle. It was Jeter that debuted part-time in '95, full-time player in '96. Nomar Garciaparra debuted part-time in '96, full-time in '97.
You know, all of them legitimate MVP contenders year in and year out, and those were on the heels of those guys kind of idolizing Cal Ripken Jr. Well, from his shortstop days, kind of broke the prototype, a power-hitting shortstop.
Jacoby Ellsbury looks at ball 1.
Think of all the shortstops in today's game that profile along that Cal Ripken Jr. status would be maybe Correa in Houston with the kind of oversized, big, very athletic, and a lot of power.
Corey Seager in LA. Trevor Story in Colorado. Addison Russell is the starter at short for the National League, and he's probably the 4th or 5th best true shortstop in the NL right now. There's no knock on him. He's deserving of being an all-star. It's just that there are probably guys that have had better seasons than he has.
Yeah, certainly offensively. I think Russell profiles as a really good defender at short, maybe top shelf in that category. But yeah, I think it was Cal Ripken Jr. that broke the mold. It used to be in the '70s and the '80s. You know, the shortstop was the quick guy, the speed burner, the defender. Alex Rodriguez, Nomar Garciaparra, Derek Jeter continued breaking that mode.
And of course, Alex Rodriguez, in case you're wondering, is still on this Yankees team. He's made only 1 start on this trip, though. Part of it is he's having the worst season of his career, but part of it is Carlos Beltran has been so good yet banged up. Joe Girardi doesn't want him playing right field right now. He's got to have his bat in the lineup, so that means Beltran's been DHing, and there is no spot in the field for A-Rod right now.
It's a great point, Joe. I mean, you can't talk about A-Rod without talking about Beltran. They're actually tethered right now because of Beltran's inability to play right field. The formula that was going to work for these Yankees was similar production from Alex Rodriguez and Teixeira, and then Carlos Beltran's ability to play right field, and that has broken down almost completely for the Yankees this first half.
Ellsbury sends a fly ball to right. Abraham Almonte is under it for out number 1. Yeah, the Yankees went from last year being one of the best offensive teams in baseball behind Teixeira, behind A-Rod, to one of the worst. Again, behind Teixeira, behind A-Rod, reverting to their career worst seasons. Pitching coach Mickey Callaway coming out to have a word with Salazar as Beltran gets ready to hit. There's Teixeira. Just getting a day today with that knee still tender. It's the first 3 weeks of June, and has said that he'll need days here and there periodically throughout this season to keep it as fresh as can be.
You know, you made the point, Joe, last year, the almost career production out of those guys. A-Rod, what a comeback last year, power-wise. Teixeira was on an MVP pace before he fouled the ball off his leg and broke his leg. And the complete fall off this year. Somewhere in the middle probably makes more sense, and it would be a completely different picture for the Yankees.
Teixeira, over the last 4+ seasons now, has missed more than 300 games. The most notable of those injuries was the wrist that he hurt in the World Baseball Classic. And then you mentioned the leg injury to finish last year. There was talk during spring training from Teixeira, riding off of the momentum of the great 2015, saying he'd love to play another 5 seasons even. with this being the final year of his 8-year contract with the Yankees. But as those injury problems have popped back up, he's even admitted that he's not looking any farther into the future than just day to day at this point. And that one gets by Santana. Kipnis there to back it up, but Gardner's into second safely. Normally really good defensive Indians team has committed a couple of errors today.
Well, a gift for the Yankees and Brett Gardner. And Salazar, just kind of alligator armed that one over there. It's sometimes you get slow and lazy with your feet. You try a little flip throw and you just lawn dart it. And caught everybody off guard, and Brett Gardner now easily on second base.
You were saying there were times in this ballpark, because of the way it's oriented with the sun, where you'd be hesitant to throw to first because you knew how hard it'd be on your first baseman looking into the sun.
Yes, without a doubt, and it's starting to come into play now. The shadows are creeping in as the sun sets right over the left field bleachers there, which is very unusual. Usually you see it more north and south. And in Cleveland, this stadium here, Progressive Field, is the only stadium that has this sort of orientation where the sun will set right on the edge between that tall building and the left side of the upper deck, and that's right into the first baseman's eyes. So you really have to be careful with throws to first base at certain times of the day. You see the shadows creeping in now.
Beltran with a missile foul, and it stays 1-2. His 9th All-Star game on Tuesday. His first in a Yankees uniform. 39 years old. Carrying this offense this year. Tying run at second, one gone in the 5th, and a 1-2 to Carlos Beltran. He'd be the first player 39 or older, David, to lead his team in doubles, homers, and RBIs if the season ended right now, ever, if it weren't for David Ortiz doing the same thing at age 40 in Boston.
Pretty impressive list right there. And with regards to David Ortiz, on second thought, that whole retirement thing, can I give back the gifts?
Yeah. Beltran flips one to left. Jose Ramirez camps under it. 2 gone. Guess there's something to be said for going out on top, though.
Absolutely, there is something to be said for that. But on top and on top,
yeah.
I mean, really on top. And I think even David Ortiz has admitted recently that he kind of wishes he wouldn't have made that announcement.
I don't think anybody would hold it against him if he decided to come back. Besides maybe Yankee fans.
Yes, Yankee
right?
fans would give him parting gifts out the door.
So here's McCann. Again into the strike. Yankees trying to take advantage of the leadoff walk from Brett Gardner. Advanced to second on the pickoff throw from Salazar that got by Santana. Oh, 2. Salazar already at 94 pitches here in the 5th inning, and while he's been pretty dominant with the baseline numbers, that's been one of the underlying issues, is his inability to get deep in games.
And Terry Francona, the manager, talked about that as kind of the last step for Salazar to become a really elite pitcher, even though he probably by most measures already is. But to be able to get deeper in the games and really take the game over.
Got into the hands of McCann, who fights it off into right center, and on comes Davis to make the play. The Yankees strand a man at second. Salazar up 4-3. club trying to get its 18th win out of its last 22 games. Danny Salazar's thrown 95 pitches. Here's pitching coach Mickey Callaway between innings. No formal handshakes and fist bumps yet. You think he's got more in the tank?
Looks like he still has his game face on there, and the pitching coach got away from him pretty quickly.
Lindor pulls one inside the bag to start the inning against Sabathia. And he's got a double. His second hit of the day.
Kind of been the approach against Sabathia today from the Indians. A lot of first pitch damage. Sabathia throws a lot of strikes, a lot of cutters on the first pitch, and Cleveland has been ready for it. You see another cutter. It's on the inside corner, and Lindor just beats him to the spot, cuts him off with the pass, and keeps it fair.
That brings up Mike Napoli. He's reached both times with a walk and an RBI single. Only two active players have better career numbers against the Yankees than Napoli, Miguel Cabrera, and a current Yankee, and Alex Rodriguez, of course, did his damage in Ranger and Mariner uniforms. Napoli 34 years old in his 11th major league season. Takes ball two.
Such a different dynamic to the numbers nowadays because of the unbalanced schedule and the modern day game. Skewed towards your division, you're going to play more games against your division and more at bats. And it's one of the reasons the Indians are where they are, is their in division play, the way they've dominated the Detroit Tigers. 11-1 this year against them. If you're looking for +10, it's right there on the schedule. 10 games over 500 against one team in your division. The Yankees and Red Sox will play 18 times a year, and that's still to come. That portion of the schedule is coming up after the break for the Yankees, and it's going to get tougher. The Torontos and Bostons and Baltimore are coming up right after the break in the schedule.
Now the Indians' winning percentage against their division, .772. That's the best in baseball against a team's own division. You mentioned they've won 11 of 12 against the Tigers this year. It's a Tigers team that had a winning record against just one time in the last 8 seasons. 3-2 on Napoli. Nathan Eovaldi loosening. Recently moved into the bullpen by Joe Girardi. One of the hardest throwers in the game. Napoli shoots one to second. That moves Lindor up. Castro throws him out. So one gone for Carlos Santana. RBI single, RBI double.
Talked a lot about the Indians' productive base running, and then they get a lot of productive outs too. Napoli with one out, now pushing the runner into scoring position. The Yankees forced to move the infield in. And that's a full commit there, all the way to the infield grass.
Two-0 on Santana. CC Sabathia laboring again today, his 4th consecutive less than stellar start after that month-long stretch where he was as good as any pitcher in baseball. Two and one. prior to these 3 starts you see reflected here on this graphic, he had an earned run average over a 7-start stretch of 0.82.
Clayton Kershaw-like numbers.
Nice pitch, 2-2.
See Sabathia also with the cutter style. His velocity's actually been up 93 miles an hour on that last fastball right there to the glove. So it's not as if he's throwing the ball in the mid-80s all of a sudden after being a power guy. Stylistically and stuff-wise, he's still very capable, even though he struggled as we showed the last 3 or 4 starts.
Former Cy Young Award winner here in Cleveland. First 7.5 years of his career spent in an Indians uniform. They drafted him 20th overall in '98. He's won more games in this ballpark than anybody. 51 of them. Would love a strikeout here with Lindor at 3rd and 1 out. Does not have a strikeout today. More than 100 wins with both organizations.
You factor in the run that he had in Milwaukee, the 1 year he was there, down the stretch run, pitching on 3 days rest, literally carrying that team on his back to the postseason, was one of the best pitching performances down the stretch that we've seen in modern history.
And he gets Santana with a breaking ball. A big strikeout for Sabathia, his first of the day, is out number 2 in the 5th.
Takes a little bit off the slider and gets it in a good spot down and out of the zone.
So the infield can go back and play normal position now with 2 away for Jose Ramirez. Sabathia trying to strand a man at 3rd. Ramirez knocked in a run as part of that rally in the 3rd inning. Strike 1. We mentioned the time in Milwaukee for Sabathia. The return on that trade to Cleveland was Michael Brantley, all-star outfielder for the Indians, who is still rehabbing back from that shoulder injury. Things going well reportedly, though. Took batting practice today for the 4th day in a row, and they think rehab assignment's not too far off. Ramirez pulls one to the hole at short. Gregorius double catches and throws late. Infield single to score Lindor. 5-3 Cleveland.
Sometimes everything goes right for the pitcher and you don't get the result. You break the bat, you produce soft contact, and it's just in the wrong location. As Didi Gregorius gets there, but had a little trouble unloading it. Ramirez runs well enough. He can hear the cracked bat, and Sabathia going, wait a minute, that's a good pitch. Bad outcome. So clearly, luck a big factor in this game of baseball, and Sabathia a little bit unlucky right there. Ramirez, rabbit's foot in his back pocket.
So keeps it alive for Juan Uribe, who pounds one into the ground for Headley. Goes a short way to second to finish the inning, where the Indians get one more against Sabathia. Live streaming sports service, delivering everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. MLB.tv for details. And Gregorius takes a strike from Danny Salazar, who is in fact back out there with his 96th pitch of the day. Another good day for Gregorius. Second home run of the series. Made it 3-1 New York back in the third inning, but the Indians have scored 4 straight since.
Quite sure that Salazar's on a very short leash right here as he's being backed up in the bullpen.
Dan Otero. Gregorius flips one and a bounce to his counterpart, Lindor. Now Danny Salazar is in his 4th season with Major League time, but really only his 2nd year as a full-time member of the rotation. Signed out of the Dominican when he was 16 back in 2006. 6.5 years in the minors. That included missing a full year following Tommy John surgery back in 2010. Finally debuted in 2013, and here he is as a 26-year-old as an all-star. Lindor ranging up the middle, 2 gone.
I kind of laughed to myself as you say that, Joe. I mean, it's almost comforting that he got the Tommy John out of the way, right?
Yeah, right.
He's already had that one. Okay, so you wouldn't have to worry about that, but not necessarily the case anymore, as we've seen several pitchers in recent history have to go in for a second Tommy John surgery. So the risk is certainly much greater than people would assume.
They said the #1 risk factor is previous Tommy John surgery, right?
Yes, if you've been injured before, the chances are probabilities are going to be that you're going to get injured again.
Chase Headley, 2-0.
I guess, as you said, the greatest precursor is a previous injury.
Smoked up the middle into center, and Headley has a 2-out single. So 103 pitches into the outing for Salazar now. Yeah, with 2 gone in the 6th, the 8-hitter Rob Refsnyder gets ready to come up, and Terry Francona stays put. Callaway with the call down there. Not going to be long before they go to Otero. Salazar trying to finish off 6 innings.
Yeah, pretty safe assumption that this is probably his last hitter one way or another.
He deflects it, and Refsnyder will reach. You talk about luck in this game, and some tough luck there, allowing Refsnyder to reach to keep this inning alive.
Indeed, Refsnyder taking a shot up the middle. Salazar behind the back, almost snags it. That's a highlight reel play if he can pull that one off.
Yeah.
Might have been better off letting it go, although that looked like that was ticketed for center field according to the alignment.
And you can let the crowd tell you the story right now. Alex Rodriguez grabbing a bat to pinch hit for Aaron Hicks.
Interesting, as Terry Francona broke out of the dugout and stopped, and now that Alex is in the batter's box as a pinch hitter, we'll see what he decides to do. Maybe stay with the power of Salazar against the age of Alex Rodriguez.
1 year after he hammered a team-high 33 home runs, Rodriguez has had his worst year and has gone from being the DH to being in a platoon at DH. So like we talked about a couple of innings ago, having to struggle to find any kind of playing time because of Beltran's injury, sliding Beltran into that DH role.
Good job by Yan Gomes there to go out there and make sure that they are on the same page here. This is not the guy you want to make a mistake to. He's still, even though he struggled, and if you look up on the scoreboard, you see the numbers are down, he still has the reputation and still deserves the respect that one mistake can get lost right here and reverse this game.
Tying run aboard, 2 gone in the 6th, ball 1.
Case in point, first pitch yanked outside, down and away.
One of the first times you've seen Salazar overthrow today.
It's still Alex Rodriguez in the batter's box.
On 1-0. Oh. Looked like Phil Cuzzi, home plate umpire, wanted to call a strike and didn't. In a dangerous spot now for Salazar. 2-0.
I had this one just off as Yan Gomes had to reach for it. And a little bit of a flinch right there from the umpire. You saw him raise up just a bit and then changed his mind.
Strike 1. Well, what Salazar's seeing isn't the slash line on the board right now. What he's seeing is this: 695 career home runs, 13 short of Babe Ruth. 2-2.
Talk about a hitter getting one pitch in at bat to hit, and here it is. And a good swing, and it's just enough above the belt that Alex could not quite square it up. Really good swing, fouled straight back. If that ball's down just a little bit below the belt, it's probably gone.
Down the right field line, slicing towards the corner, and a foul ball. Just misses, probably tying this game.
Gomes is going to go back out and talk about it again. All fastballs here. And, you know, the old theory is, as we see this down the line and how close it was, not all that close, but the old theory of pitching is throw the old guys hard stuff, throw the young guys soft stuff. And they're debating on whether to take a chance and throw an off-speed pitch here to Alex Rodriguez. All fastballs up to this point.
40-year-old, 14-time All-Star against the 26-year-old headed to his first All-Star game Tuesday.
Well, the general thinking is that the older you get, the slower your bat gets. So throw them fastballs, and the young guys are overly anxious.
Off speed crept inside, and the count is full. Runners will get a head start. We finally changed speeds on him and just missed.
Yeah, he almost hung it. Catcher, always the one. You got to put down the right fingers here. Salazar doesn't like those ones. Had to shake off.
And he walked him. Went back to the off speed and just barely missed off of the inside edge. So Rodriguez pinch hits and draws the walk against Salazar to load the bases.
It was another changeup and in the same location as the previous one, and hanging and up, and lucky that he missed with it. If that's out over the plate, that's a pitch that gets lost, and that's going to do it.
Terry Francona out there to take it from Danny Salazar. who will hold his breath while the bullpen tries to hold on to this lead for him. He leaves the game leading 5-3, but leaves with the bases loaded behind him. To start this inning, but then Headley and Refsnyder both singled. He walks Alex Rodriguez and leaves the game with the bases loaded and the game hanging in the balance in the right hand of Dan Otero, who's on to face Brett Gardner on his 31st outing of the season. Austin Romine pinch running for A-Rod.
Just shows you Francona's confidence in Otero. Has had a great first half. Not worrying about platoon advantage.
A 5-3 game in the 6th. Gardner's 1 for 2 today, doubled and scored in the 3-run third. And walked his last time. One and one. Gardner's hit 2 grand slams in his career. He's gone deep 5 times this season. Power numbers down for him. Battling through that wrist injury. Hitting in a big spot here in the 6th. Bases loaded and 2 gone. 1 and 2.
Otero coming into this game, his 31st game, has just given up 1 home run. So there's a comfort level there for Terry Francona to bring a guy like this in with the bases loaded, even if it is a left-handed batter. Salazar with 3 potential earned runs still out there at the mercy of Otero.
Gardner hits a fly ball down the left field line. It's over Ramirez's head and off the wall. It will unload the bases. Gardner's on his way to third with a go-ahead bases clearing triple. All those runs charged to Danny Salazar.
can make or break a starting pitcher. Inherited runners and how many are allowed to score behind you, but you left them loaded. It was your mess. Gardner driving this pitch up and away, and it just keeps carrying. Well placed down in the corner, and the perfect high bounce. It doesn't get in the stands. It carooms over the left fielder's head. So even with Romine pinch running at first base, the catcher, he had plenty of time to score, and Gardner had thoughts about coming all the way around at one point and got held.
Four consecutive two-out base runners for the Yankees. Salazar's reaction.
One, two, three.
Helpless feeling, gotta be.
A good day just turned into a bad day in about 30 seconds.
Salazar has not lost since May 22nd at Fenway Park. Goes from being in position to get his 7th consecutive win to on the hook for the loss. Still a lot of baseball to be played, though.
New life.
Yeah, suddenly for CC. Full count on Ellsbury. Well, this inning started harmlessly enough with back-to-back groundouts to short from Gregorius and Castro. Headley and Refsnyder both singled against Salazar. A-Rod drew the walk. And a full count pitch. And Brett Gardner with a bases clearing triple to put New York in front 6-5. And Ellsbury walks against Otero.
A really good at bat from Alex Rodriguez to set that scenario up, and bases loaded. A couple of good swings there too, as he just missed one, but you know, as you pointed out, Joe, you pitch to the reputation and not necessarily what he's done this year. And
so Beltran, the 8th man to bat in this inning. Yankees trying to take a series advantage. For splitting the first two, they came from behind to win 5-4 on Thursday. And the Indians all over the Yankees last night, 10-2. Some cloud cover now. Bright sunshine earlier in the game. Almost feels like it could rain.
Perfect timing for the hitters, as there's no more shadows. That clearly could come into play, and if you're on the Yankee bench, you want to tie a rope around one of those clouds while you're hitting.
Dangerous pitch to Beltran. 3-0. Otero not himself. Salazar and Otero have combined to throw 25 pitches with 2 outs in this inning. We're that close to getting out of it with no damage. Strike one.
It's hard not to be affected if you're Otero on the mound. What a body blow you got. Bases clearing triple you gave up. Let down your starter. High degree of difficulty, though, coming in with the bases loaded. But clearly impacted by it, as he's lost the strike zone a bit here. One of the best things you can have for a baseball player is amnesia. The sooner you can forget about a bad event, the better off you are. That's why a lot of the old-time baseball scouts used to say the best ball players are the dumbest ones. They don't think too much.
3-2, and Beltran strikes out swinging. So the inning comes to a close, but a triple from Gardner puts New York in front. Sponsored by Budweiser. Back and forth we've gone. Teams with 3 spots in the 3rd. Indians jumped in front 5-3 in the 5th, but the Yankees responding with a 3-run 6th inning off of the triple from Brett Gardner against Dan Otero, who would replace Danny Salazar. Like you mentioned, new life for CC Sabathia, who gets strike 1 on Abraham Almonte.
And Dellin Betances knocking on the door as needed at this point in the game.
Austin Romine pinch ran for Alex Rodriguez, stays in the game, plays first base. That moves Rob Refsnyder to his natural spot in right. Almonte's 0 for 2. And he hits a high drive to deep left center. Back on it goes Ellsbury at the wall, leaps up and makes the catch. Jacoby Ellsbury for out number 1. Hit it to the wrong part of the park.
Okay, now you can breathe for Sabathia, because this was very uncertain until this point. Wow. Ellsbury well timed, and as you said, Joe, just a little too far to the deep part of the park. That had the sound and the look like it was going to go. Just not quite enough.
Yan Gomes. Strike 1. We've had wind whipping around all day. We were trying to handicap it during batting practice, figure out exactly where it was blowing, but it seemed like it was kind of whipping. They tell us right now it's in from left center, right where that ball was hit. Pretty stiffly, 18 miles per hour, and that would be enough to knock that ball down.
Without a doubt, the ball was really carrying last night. As you said, Joe, the weather has changed here. The clouds are blowing in. Those flags were whipping out the other way last night when the Indians put on their own fireworks display. Twice, once during the game and once after the game.
Yeah, we just showed the shot of the flags in center. Those don't look like they're blowing with 18 miles per hour of wind, but there are certain flags in certain stadiums that are better indicators than others. Did you have flags that were your flags you'd go to check when you entered a park?
Yeah, Wrigley Field is a flag you definitely want to check if you're a starting pitcher.
So, for example, if it is indeed 18 miles per hour, that flag is probably a better indicator than what you're seeing on the flags in right center. Gomes foul tips it into the mid of McCann, and his nightmare continues. 2 away. Time now for greater coverage of baseball, sponsored by T-Mobile. From one New York team to the other, Matt Harvey will undergo season-ending surgery, putting an end to what was a really poor season for him. And if you're wondering why the Indians were so hesitant to deal some of the surplus in starting pitching, the Mets are a perfect example of why you don't.
Well, Matt Harvey finally has some answers with thoracic outlet syndrome, and condition that's causes compressed nerves and lack of feeling in your fingers. Hard to pitch that way.
So that's going to do it for Sabathia, who leaves in position to win this game after the 3-run top of the 6th. premier boxing champions. The heavyweight championship of the world is only on Fox. World champ Tuscaloosa native Deontay Wilder faces Chris Arreola next Saturday at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on Fox. And watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Sabathia out, Betances in, an all-star for the 3rd time in as many seasons in New York.
As talented as Betances is, those strikeout numbers are absolutely ridiculous. 76 and 42 and 2/3 innings, and Joe Girardi can't help himself. Even with nobody on base and 2 outs, he cannot wait to get this guy in the game, and can you blame him? The way it's gone for the Yankees, a very important win here. And ending the first half with a really tough 10-game road trip that they have a chance to salvage if they win this game here today, and then go out tomorrow. They can get back to 500. A big deal for the Yankees going into the break.
Rajai Davis with the bases empty and 2 gone. Goes after the first one and fouls it back. The last time the Yankees finished the first half or went into the All-Star break with a record below 500, they had to go hire you to save their season. 1995. The last time they were below 500 entering the All-Star game. And they need to win the final 2 here in Cleveland to avoid that. 42 and 44 starting today.
That 95 Yankees team, the first team to win the wild card. The first year of the wild card. And Don Mattingly, the great Donnie Baseball's only appearance in postseason.
The year that Jeter debuted, the year that Mariano Rivera broke in as a starter and eventually moved into the pen towards the back end of that season.
It's the days of Buck Showalter, the current Orioles manager, was manager of the Yankees then.
Betances gets Davis. McCann throws him out, and the inning is over. 3 rounds, 1 clock. Don't miss the T-Mobile Home Run Derby on ESPN July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern. Do you have a favorite, an early favorite for the Home Run Derby this year?
That's going to be tricky. You know, it's usually a hometown guy, right? I mean,
yeah.
Really the crowd gets behind. And
Will Myers in it? San Diego, so he'd be the guy.
I think he would be the favorite. He's in the middle of a breakout season, maybe comeback player of the year type season for Will Myers.
Ryan McCann takes ball one from T.J. House.
Pretty hard to bet against Giancarlo Stanton, though.
Yeah. How fun was that last year in Cincinnati, though? Todd Frazier winning it. He was the first guy to win it in his home ballpark, though, since Ryan Sandberg did it in the early 90s. On a day at Wrigley where the wind was blowing in, he hit 2 home runs to win it.
You brought that up. You asked that question before about the wind blowing. There's nowhere more important than Wrigley Field on the effects of the game on the wind. Actually, Don Zimmer, who was once a manager of the Cubs, used to tell me he had a high-rise apartment that he could see the flags at Wrigley and know when he woke up.
Look out. Base hit into center for McCann.
But that caught a little leather going by there. But Don Zimmer could see which way the wind's blowing and make his lineup accordingly, as we see a bullet back up the middle, and House gets a little glove on it. And a little scary for a pitcher right there. Always head high, coming right back at you. House almost snagged it, but that had some mustard on it, as even with the ricochet, it got all the way to the center fielder.
Here's Gregorius. He's a 2-run homer today. His 11th of the season, here in his 2nd season in New York. A baseball family, Didi Gregorius. His grandfather pitched for the Netherlands Antilles national team in the 1950s. His grandpa was 6'7", and his nickname was Tiny. His dad was a ball player as well. Played semi-pro baseball, a little bit of pro ball as well in the Netherlands and in Curacao for a couple of decades. His older brother played pro baseball in Italy. And his mom, former Dutch national softball team member. Didi was born in Amsterdam. He moved to Curacao when he was a kid. He's produced some really talented major leaguers over the recent years.
They really have. And Jurickson Profar has been rumored to be one of the guys that, if the Rangers decide to make a deal, would be the return. I don't know if they want to get rid of Jurickson Profar, but certainly Simmons too, out in Anaheim playing shortstop.
Kenley Jansen, Dodger closer and all-star. These guys all played together coming up. Didi was signed out of Curacao by the Reds. They dealt him to Arizona. Part-time duty for a couple of seasons there before the Yankees got him in the 3-team deal prior to last season to take over for Jeter.
I mean, it's easy to look at production and just judge your players on that, but his personality is so good, so positive. Didi Gregorius brings an energy to the Yankees that they really need.
To center. Davis is there for the first out. He's got the energy to match the name, right? Or vice versa.
He does. A big smile. Social media darling after the Yankees wins. He's one of the follows on Twitter that you want to see. His post-game wins to tweets.
Francona comes out, takes it from T.J. House. Yankees in front of the Indians 6-5 in the 7th. Cleveland. Fun day to be at the ballpark. Although Indians fans are hoping their team has a rally left in them, trailing the Yankees 6-5 as Jeff Manship checks in. He's had a good season. And gets strike one on Starlin Castro. Offered, 0-2.
Steady diet of sliders for Manship, and he's got a good one. Excellent depth.
Three consecutive sliders to Castro. This one he takes. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Manship on for House, who replaced Otero, who replaced Salazar. All 6 runs charged to Danny Salazar. Last 3 coming on a triple against Otero.
Yankee fans have generally been pleased with Castro so far. Had some big hits early, got off to a good start. Has struggled a bit lately. 10 home runs. I think the discipline part, just 15 walks, a .292 on base percentage is kind of been frustrating for Yankee fans to watch so far.
And he chases another slider for Manship, and there's exactly your point. Infuriating for fans to watch a guy who has more than 1,000 hits in his career do things like this.
Well, he's always been very aggressive, but that's borderline undisciplined there when you're chasing that bad of a pitch. Some guys are good bad ball hitters too. I mean, Yankee fans who have been around know Yogi Berra was that type of a hitter, but Castro early so far has chased too many of those kind of pitches.
Runner at first with 2 gone, and Chase Headley. Strike 1. Headley's 1 for 3. Started that rally last inning with a 2-out single against Salazar. Big blow, a Brett Gardner triple.
I'm talking about the Indians and this wonderful first half they've had. Helps on the way, right on your own roster. As you mentioned, Michael Brantley on the way back. What a big lift that would be. I'm not sure if there's much of a need on the Indians roster.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always improve your roster, but they are solid top to bottom. You could always use an extra reliever. I don't think they'll be in the category for one of the big time closers like a Chapman, or if Andrew Miller becomes available, but
they would like to be, but it's going to take such a haul. There's a slider dropped in from Manship, and you said it, that slider's impressive. Indians 5. Joe Davis and David Cohn back here in Cleveland. Bearing down in the All-Star break. Indians with a 7.5 game lead in the Central. They've won 17 of their last 21. That's included the 14-game winning streak. Longest in the American League since the Moneyball A's did it in 2002. They ripped off 20 in a row. Yankees, meanwhile, 7.5 back in the division. 5.5 back in the wild card. Teetering right on going for one of those wild card spots or selling. Dylan Betances misses high with ball 1 to Jason Kipnis.
This Indians team is starting to win back the fans, as this was an incredible place to play in the 90s. They had a record 455 straight sellouts here when this ballpark first opened, and believe me, it was a tough place to come and play. Great fans here in Cleveland, and it's really nice to see the ballpark full again.
Prior to this homestand, they were dead last in the majors in attendance. A couple of sellouts on this homestand. This is certainly close as Kipnis rifles one into right field. Refsnyder can't cut it off, and Kipnis is into second with a leadoff double.
From 98 miles an hour, down and in, and Kipnis just drills it. Drops the helmet of the bat, delivers a line drive. As Joe says, it just hit too hard for Refsnyder to cut it off, and a leadoff double in a one-run game.
And Francisco Lindor to the plate against Betances. Two of the bright young stars in the game going at it right here. With a tying run at second, nobody out in the 7th. The first one, strike 1. There goes the bat. All the way down beyond first base. Sandy Alomar Jr. down there to grab it and retrieve it for Lindor. Take any satisfaction when you're a pitcher seeing that happen?
Yes, I mean, Betances can throw the ball upwards of 100 miles an hour, but clearly his best pitch is that breaking ball, and he gets more funny looking swings like that than anybody in the league. As you see, Lindor reads fastball. He swings at a fastball, and then he didn't get a fastball.
Two ABs against Betances. Hits in both, including a homer, but grounds out here. It's a successful out, though, moving the tying run to third.
Once again, more of the little things done well by the Indians. Even a simple little thing is making contact on that Betances breaking ball and putting it in play. Now put your base runner in scoring position at third.
And it brings up the cleanout man, Mike Napoli. Infield comes in for the Yankees on ball 1. So while Lindor had hits in both of his ABs prior against Betances, Napoli miserable numbers against the big righty in his career. But ahead of him, 2-0. The Yankees 15-1 in games this season, where it goes Betances, Miller, and Chapman. And that is the equation they've got it set up for today if things go as planned. Tying run at third in the 7th. 3-0 on Mike Napoli. Carlos Santana will bat next.
This situation here where I believe Napoli's got the green light. Swinging a hot bat on a 3-0 count in this situation. If he gets a fastball and he thinks he can drive it, I got to believe Francona's going to turn him loose.
strike call. I think he did have the green light, loaded up, but then took a pitcher's pitch.
Borderline at best. Running down and in. McCann does a good job of trying to frame it and hold it there. It's high enough. Probably just got enough on the inside corner. Debatable.
Outside, ball 4. Napoli with a 1-out walk. The Indians at the corners for Santana. Larry Rothschild grabbing that bullpen phone.
It's an easy call to make, right? Okay, let me get up the other
Yeah, right.
nasty lefty, Andrew Miller. We might need him for more than 3 outs.
Betances is not allowed a run since June 19th. It's a span of 10 consecutive appearances, and there is Miller getting loose. Santana's knocked in 2 today. Strike 1.
It's really the equalizer for Dellin Betances. When he throws that pitch for a strike, it changes everything for him. Probably has better command of his breaking stuff than he does his fastball, and it's really a 50-50 split in terms of allocation. Half fastballs, half breaking balls.
There's a fastball, and it's 0-2.
.99 miles an hour at the knees on the black usually works.
Yeah, it'll do, huh? Especially when it's following an off speed. Another breaking ball. This one got him. Huge strikeout for Dellin Betances, and 2 gone in the 7th.
It's what you call working over a hitter. And what sets it up on this sequence is that first pitch strike that was taken. Now what are you going to get? Fastball 99 on the black. Let me finish you off right down in the dirt with that breaking ball again. So couldn't have been pitched any better. But you see, that's the most effective one. It looks like it's right down the middle. The breaking balls that break right over the heart of the plate and go down to the dirt are the toughest ones for hitters to lay off.
Kipnis started this inning with a double. Advanced to third on Lindor's ground out. It's Ramirez now with men at the corners. And he started him with a slider, strike 1. Ramirez 2 for 3 today, has twice knocked in runs with singles. No chance at a back foot breaking ball for strike 2. Now what?
Well, this just gives you the sense. I mean, he thinks fastball inside, I got to turn. He missed that by 1.5 feet.
If it ain't broke. Ramirez pulls it to right. It's a base hit. Went to the well one too many times. This game is tied on a Ramirez single.
Got to give Ramirez a lot of credit. Location, location, location. What a difference it makes. As good as Betances' breaking ball is, a hanger's a hanger. Ramirez says, thank you very much. Going to tie this Wago up.
Nice slide from Mike Napoli. And a good throw from Hicks. Indians have scored 1 against Betances and now have the go-ahead run at third for Juan Uribe.
It's the kind of team the Indians have been all year, right? Never say die, scrappy, finding ways to win games.
Bouncing ball. Gregorius goes to second and keeps the game tied. D.D. Gregorius takes away a go-ahead base hit from Uribe with a dazzling defensive play. All tied at 6. On to the 8th inning. And the 5th pitcher of the day for the Indians is Brian Shaw. Comes in replacing Jeff Manship. This is one area that on a roster that is pretty well put together, like you were talking about. The Indians, like just about any team that's in a race, would like to improve. That is the bullpen. Now Shaw gets ready to work against 8, 9, and 1. It's Rob Refsnyder to start this inning. Strike one. How about the play by D.D. Gregorius to keep it tied?
Well, you talk about saving the day with his athleticism. We talked about energy, talked about his durability, an all-around ball player.
Got a home run today and is emerging as a star in New York.
About 5 steps and a dive and a flip on a ball that was hit hard.
Refsnyder 1 for 3 and 2 for 7 in this series. Second stint in the majors for him this season and seeing more time because of the injuries to the aging veterans on this Yankees roster. Breaking ball is hung, lofted to right. Almonte. Well, tied at 6th in the 8th inning here in Cleveland, and if you're tuning in for UFC 200 pre-fight, it's currently on FS2, and as always you can watch it on Fox Sports Go. Yankees won the opener of this series 5-4 on Thursday. Indians in blowout fashion last night 10-2. This one has been back and forth though, knotted at 6 in the 8th. Austin Romine's first at-bat of the day. Begins with a ball. It's almost turned into a sharing of time at catcher for the Yankees with Romine and McCann. Romine handling most of the left-handed pitching over the last month or so. In there today as a pinch runner for Alex Rodriguez, and then stayed in the game defensively to play first.
See, what Romine has allowed the Yankees to do is to leave Gary Sanchez in AAA, which is their top catching prospect. One of the top in all of baseball as well. The Yankees feel like Gary Sanchez is the future at the catching position, but no need to rush because Romine's done such a good job backing up and really, as you said, playing against most lefties nowadays at the catcher position.
Shaw walks him on 4 pitches. And so the 9-hitter reaches on a walk, and a tie game here in the 8th. Now Gardner, who had the 3-run triple his last time against Dan Otero, who would replace Danny Salazar. All 3 runs were charged to Salazar. Gardner came up with 2 outs and hit one to the opposite field that got over Ramirez's head and left. Gave the Yankees a short-lived lead. Indians answered back with a run in the bottom of the 7th to tie it.
That triple really couldn't have been any better placed. It's high, it bounces, it stays in the ballpark, and then over the outfielder's head. So Romine, the catcher, running from first base, had plenty of time to score.
And you know, the cynical portion of the Yankee fan base is saying, oh no, that play could keep us from selling. The people that want to sell and turn this thing around. It's a critical juncture for the Yankees, not just in this season, but in their future. This stretch right here against the Indians, wrapping up this long road trip, and then the homestand to begin the second half. Will go a long way in determining what the Yankees do with the deadline approaching.
You see great pitchers like a Mariano Rivera or Pedro Martinez, and they really impact the style of the next generation of pitchers. And Shaw is clearly influenced by a guy like Mariano Rivera, where everything he throws is a cutter. Nothing is straight, meaning right to left movement. An occasional breaking ball like that. Mariano Rivera threw 1 pitch his whole career, a cut fastball, and is going to write it directly to the Hall of Fame. Probably a pretty good guy to copy. You know, it's kind of a copycat sport. If it works, maybe I should try that too.
And he got him to offer for strike 3. Second out of the 8th inning.
Side view. Yep, that's a little bit too far.
Another top flight closer right now who's riding that cutter is a guy we mentioned out of Curacao. Kenley Jansen is a heavy cutter guy in Los Angeles.
Yes, and he's got a really good one too. Boy, his just is alive and takes off.
Many would say the best since Mariano's. Here's Ellsbury, and there's strike 1.
One of the hard things to do with the cutter, and we talked about it with CC Sabathia, is retain your velocity. Anytime you get a cutter grip, you start turning your wrist a little bit, it turns into a slider and you can lose velocity. And Kenley Jansen certainly has mastered it, and Sabathia as well. He's thrown some good ones.
You mentioned him getting help from Andy Pettit on that pitch. He did talk to Rivera this spring as well, get a little bit of his philosophy on it. It's a couple of pretty good sources to learn your cutter from.
See, the best way to throw a cutter, see the four-seam grip off center. So it looks like four-seam spin, but you get just a little bit of right to left movement. And that's the best way to throw a cutter. You think fastball and let the grip take over, so you retain your velocity and still get the movement.
Romine at first with 2 gone, and Ellsbury takes upstairs. Ball 1.
Yes, sometimes the umpires change their mind too. A little quick raise up, and then on second thought, I don't think so.
Umpires balk.
Off center four-seam grip, maybe a little bit high, but very close. If I'm on the mound, I want that one.
Especially when you see the reaction from the plate ump, right?
Yes.
What made you change your mind?
That's what I'd be yelling from the dugout right now in an old school bench jockeying way, which is kind of a lost art in and of itself.
Shot ready for this 1-2 to Jacoby Ellsbury, who chops it foul. Breaking ball, golfed in the air to center for Rajay Davis. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Tied at 6. The 31-year-old comes into the game dominant. 38th game this season. It's an all-star for the first time with that 143 earned run average.
Very efficient with just 5 walks against 67 strikeouts.
Facing 8-9-1 in the Indians order, and a tie game here in the 8th. Cleveland tying it on a 2-out RBI single from Jose Ramirez, his 3rd RBI single of the day. And he spins one in for strike 1 to Abraham Almonte.
Yeah, so much for who scores first, right?
Yeah, right.
This has been just back and forth ping pong match.
foul, and it's 0-2. Miller, a former first-round pick of the Tigers way back in 2006. One pick before the Dodgers took Clayton Kershaw.
Ouch.
Yeah. A lot of people thought Kershaw would go with the Tigers at 6. Almonte golfs one to left. That's off of the wall. And it takes a bounce by Gardner. Almonte starts the 8th with a double.
Couple of good swings for Almonte. He just missed a home run previously, and the slider down and in doesn't get down and in. And it hammered off the wall. And Gardner's speed saves this from being a triple once it gets by him. And Almonte is pumped.
It is only his second hit in his week with the Indians this season. That 80-game suspension to start the year. Yan Gomes is up there. A likely sacrifice situation with his struggles. Strike one. Gomes 1 for 24 in July, but being asked to execute the fundamental play here to move the go-ahead run up to third for the top of the order.
See Chase Headley giving the defensive signs here, and Miller not the easiest guy to bunt off of, and Gomes a catcher. Good time for the Yankees to put on a play. Maybe have the wheel play where Didi Gregorius would fake and break to third, and then Chase Headley could crash, potentially cutting down the runner at third.
Gomes swings away and lines it to Gregorius for the first out of the inning. And when things are going how they're going for Yan Gomes, that's what tends to happen.
Like Francona's thinking the same thing. Maybe the Yankees will put on a bunt play. Let's let him swing, and swing he does, and hits a rocket right at the wrong guy. Anybody out there but Didi. So bad luck for Yan Gomes and the Indians right there.
And with that, Gomes 0 for 16 on this homestand. And strike one to Rajai Davis.
Well, you can't help but just laugh at yourself at that point. As Gomes did everything right.
Go ahead run at second, and a tie game in the 8th inning. Davis has been such a good pickup. Like Miller, a former Tiger. Spent the last 2 seasons in Detroit. Terry Francona said that they hated him while he was a Tiger because he was so good against the Indians. They went and signed him to a 1-year contract, and he's having one of his best seasons.
You see that happen a lot, right? You beat up on one team, and then that team gets to see it, and they're saying, yeah, let's go ahead and go get this guy. But Rajai Davis has always been at or near the top of base runners in both leagues. It's a great base stealer. Great base runner, as we've seen in this game, as he had a delayed steal at third earlier.
Off of the handle to Headley. Nice dig out of there by Romine. There was a late sub in at first after he pinch ran for A-Rod. And it's that time of day where he's dealing with that bright sun. Really bright.
Yeah, all the clouds have suddenly disappeared here in Cleveland, and the shadows are back. Get another look here, and you could see Austin Romine over there playing first base. Better low than high on the throw with that sunspot.
And so Kipnis. Front door slider, strike one. Kipnis 1 for 2 today. Walked and scored in the 3rd, doubled and scored in the 7th. His run in the 7th tied this game at 6. Now they did 2. Only once this year have Dellin Betances and Andrew Miller both allowed a run in the same game. June 2nd against the Tigers. Betances gave up the tying run in the 7th. Almonte started the 8th with a double and is still anchored to 2nd. And on 3 straight sliders, Miller gets Kipnis to get out of the jam. Are in a tie game at home. He's in the top of the 9th. Got off to a rough start this year. Had an ERA around 7 in April. But back to what the Indians are used to since then. A 137 earned run average over his last 25 games. Tied at 6. Top of the 9th inning in Cleveland. Indians got 1 in the 1st. Both teams got 3 in the 3rd. Indians 1 in the 5th. Yankees 3 in the 6th. Indians tying the game with a run in the 7th. And here's Beltran to lead off the 9th against Allen. That ball leaving the pitcher's hand in the bright sun and entering the shadows.
Yeah, and this time of year at 7:19, this is about the bottom of the 1st or the 1st inning. This is an every night occurrence on a sunny night here in Cleveland.
Fouled hard off of the catcher, the umpire. Looks like it was home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy.
Two for one. Got the mask and the shoulder.
Beltran hits one in the air to right, back towards the wall and off of the very top of the wall, and he holds on with a single. Didn't miss putting the Yankees in front by much. A screaming liner to begin the 9th.
Exactly, well stated, Joe. Screaming liner is exactly right. He almost knocks down the outfield wall. Makes a loud sound off the bat and a loud sound off the wall, and that's a single.
Not wanting to test that sore leg. The go-ahead run reaches to begin this inning, and Brian McCann to the plate. Started him off speed. Ball one. McCann is 2 for 4 with a pair of singles. He is 6 for 13 in this series.
Joe Girardi must be fairly confident that Beltran's hamstring is okay, choosing not to pinch run for him. Not good enough to play right field, but good enough to stay in here.
Foul tip, strike one. Two and one on Brian McCann. All-Star 7 times in his 9 seasons in Atlanta. Career highs in homers and RBIs last year. And he started to get it going over the last few weeks here for the Yankees. On 2-1. Gomes sets away, and McCann hits it hard to second. There's one. There's two.
Pitcher's best friend, tailor-made. Plenty of time, no threat of a takeout slide, and the catcher running. Easy peasy.
And so the base is wiped clear for Gregorius. He's hit his 11th home run of the season today. Cody Allen goes to work against him. A little bit low with a fastball, 1-0. Is it just me, or are we seeing an inordinate amount of flinches from Phil Cuzzi today?
Phil Cuzzi's had a few of them back there.
Season's long for everybody. The only difference for the umpires is they don't have home games.
Very true. Good point. They are constantly on the road. And modern day umpires, no more American and National League, just Major League Baseball umpires.
Allen will be careful on this 2-0. Oh, maybe not. Pounds one right down the heart. Strike one.
Setting up away. Reaches over right down the middle. Didi in take mode.
On 2-1. Ball 3. 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Indians in the bottom of the 9th inning. To roll is Chapman.
Joe Girardi not going to mess around. Usually you would save the closer for a lead when you're on the road. Obviously at home it's a no-brainer for Terry Francona. Go ahead and bring Allen in, your closer. I mean, you're playing for the win when you're at home. Joe Girardi not worrying about extra innings, worrying about right now. Go ahead and get Chapman up.
Off the end of the bat, down the line to left. A long run for Ramirez, who can't get it. New life for Gregorius.
Well, Ramirez, not normally a left fielder by trade, kind of drifted on that one. He had a lot more room than he thought he did. You see him slow down and drift, and that's a catchable ball.
And now he'll hold his breath while Cody Allen tries to finish off Gregorius. In the air to center. Rajay Davis is there. The wind knocking it down. Let's go to the bottom of the ninth. Locked at 6. Lindor, Napoli, Santana coming up for the Indians. Cleveland, if you're tuning in for the UFC 200 pre-fight show, it's currently on FS2 or Fox Sports Go, and we'll get you out to that as soon as this one finishes. If you're an Indians fan, you hope that it's in this half inning. If you're a Yankees fan, you're hoping for the 10th. Francisco Lindor, 3, 4, and 5 for the Indians to lead off against Andrew Miller, who stays in for his second inning of work. Ball one on Lindor. This is only the 3rd time this season Miller has gone more than an inning. 2 innings against Boston June 4th. 1 1/3 against Boston May 6th. 1-1.
It shows you how important Joe Girardi feels about this particular game. Worry about today. Try to get it done, and then tomorrow we'll figure it out.
Tomorrow, the final day before the All-Star break. Yankees need to win the final 2 games here in Cleveland to avoid their first losing record at the All-Star break in 21 years. The 2-1. With the advent of the 5th playoff team, the additional wild card team, more teams think that they're involved in the race later in the season. So the Yankees, despite being 2 under 500, are just 5.5 out of a wild card spot right now. And therefore not yet convinced that they're all out sellers. Trying to rally here around the All-Star break towards the deadline. All-Star against All-Star, starting the 9th.
When the Yankees first got Chapman back, the thought originally was to split the 3 guys up. Maybe let Miller. They all 3 could easily close. If they were on other teams, they would be the closer. But there was a lack of depth in the Yankee bullpen that disallowed that. So now the 3 pitching in the same game has become the norm. And very effective. See, Chapman was up a little bit before last inning. He's already warmed up a bit, so he can easily get up and get hot and get in this game.
For now, it's Miller, who has seen Lindor foul off 4 pitches in this AB. Make it 5. 22-year-old shortstop out of Puerto Rico. Runner-up for Rookie of the Year last year. All-Star this year. Trying to reach to begin the 9th in a tie game against Andrew Miller. Sixth one that he's fouled off. Debuted in the majors June 14th last year. And his ranks in the majors, regardless of position, since. A 10-pitch AB to start the 9th inning. Is a base hit to left. Thought about taking 2 with a sloppy relay into the infield. Winning run reaches to start the inning against Miller.
Tries to get that slider down and in once again, and it does not get there. As you see, it's up and flat. And Lindor is all over it.
It's another 3-hit game for Lindor, which leads the majors now at 16 as Napoli takes strike 1. More than enough power to end it with 1 swing. Now, we've seen the wind in from left center knock some balls down late in this game. Hitless against Miller in his career. But 18 home runs on the season. Ball 1. 18th home run came last night. It was a 460-footer for Napoli. Longest this season by an Indian. You put him in motion at any point.
Certainly would be tempted. With nobody out here, I think you might want to give Napoli a chance. But now that you're down 1 and 2 in the count, probably safer just to sit for a minute. McCann has been excellent at throwing this year, and Miller's got a slide step to home plate. So even though he doesn't have much of a pickoff move, his defense is the quick delivery to home plate to give McCann a chance.
He's worked it full after falling behind 0-2.
McCann setting up way inside and have to reach over on the outside part, and you never get that call at that point. That's probably pretty close to a strike if he's sitting on the outside corner, but the reach over nullified any chance.
He walked it. And the Indians have the winning run in scoring position with nobody out in the 9th inning.
Chapman is ready to come in. Miller's approaching 30 pitches. Decision-making time for Joe Girardi coming up. As you see, Carlos Santana on the day, 2 for 4.
switch hitter, bats right-handed against Miller. Lindor, the runner at second, the only one that matters in a 6-6 game in the ninth. Brian McCann got something caught in his eye. Phil Cuzzy motions for the trainer to come take a look.
Trying to get that contact lens back in place, probably at that point. Looks like mission accomplished.
Lindor singled on the 10th pitch of the at-bat to start the inning. Napoli walked. Now Santana. Buckled his knees with strike one.
Pitch number 30 for Miller coming.
36, season high for a single outing. Wraps it around the plate, ball one. Chapman still warming, though ready.
Scoreboard has 30. I think I'll trust our guys. 29.
Let's go with it. It's a lot either way. Outside corner, strike two. Santana doesn't like it.
McCann setting up right down the middle. And a little bit of a reach. McCann's had trouble this inning setting up wide right or wide left and having to reach over, so maybe setting up more down the middle helps.
Big bouncer, tough play. Gregorius has it go off his hand with a collision, and they'll call him out. Lindor's called out, running through Chase Headley. Tom Hallion, the crew chief, in his 23rd season, all over the call. And Lindor is the first out of the inning.
Another look, high chopper. Gregorius, the only thing you can think about is barehanding, but that doesn't matter. It was really the collision with Headley, who was legitimately trying to get there to make the play. Lindor at the last minute tries to adjust, but it's incumbent on the runner to allow the fielder free access to make a play. The runner has to adjust, not the fielder. Lindor does not adjust. Clear contact. Headley knows it right away. No hesitation on the call. Lindor's watching the play, and then all of a sudden it's too late because Headley was trying to cut that ball off. So that is the right call. As unfortunate as it is for Cleveland and Lindor, that is absolutely the right call.
And Santana gets first. Napoli's at second. Lindor the first out of the inning. And in the interference, the Indians go from potentially having the bases loaded with nobody out to first and second with one out.
A huge break for the Yankees, and Lindor, because of his hustle, he's hustling, just trying to get to third, and didn't become aware of a potential collision until it was too late. So very unfortunate, but clearly the right call by Tom Hallion, the crew chief.
Here's Ramirez. Already 3 RBI singles today. A fourth would end this game. What has been a career year for Ramirez, who's the opening day shortstop last year, sent down to AAA, lost his job to Lindor, and has reinvented himself as a utility man. Important with Brantley out in the outfield this year. But he's behind Miller, 0-2.
And he is a tough out. High contact rate guy. .282 at bats, just 34 strikeouts and 23 walks. So he's tough to put away.
Miller gets him with a fastball to the inside corner. And 2 gone in the 9th inning.
Thread the needle right to the inside corner. Ramirez knows it, turns and walks immediately to the dugout.
And now Joe Girardi's going to call down on Chapman, with Juan Uribe due next. Into the game, replacing Andrew Miller, who gave up a single to Lindor to start the inning, then walked Napoli, gets an out in the interference, strikes out Ramirez, and hands it off to the flamethrower.
Joe Girardi left with no choice at this point in the game. Miller was expended as far as Girardi wanted him to go. Even though in a tie game here, Chapman's going to try to finish this inning, and I imagine come out for the next one as well. Beyond that, if this goes extra innings and the Yankees take the lead, somebody else is going to have to close this game.
Juan Uribe has only faced Aroldis Chapman twice in his career. Once was in the opener on Thursday and singled on an impressive at-bat. Ball one. It was a slider that he hit for a single to left on Thursday. He's got Napoli at second, Santana at first. It's a little bit surprising Terry Francona hasn't chosen to run for Mike Napoli, who represents the winning run and is the DH. So the simplest substitution.
Probably feels the odds with 2 outs are against him. Wants to keep Napoli's bat in the game. But a valid and debatable point. And Joe Girardi had one earlier with Carlos Beltran on as a leadoff runner.
Two and one on the 16-year veteran, Juan Uribe. 2-2, 98 on the fastball.
Uribe not getting cheated. Full swing with one thing in mind. All or nothing.
Go to flex this one foul. Triple digits from Chapman for the first time. Still 2-2 on Uribe. Signed the one-year deal this offseason. 37-year-old veteran trying to win it for the Indians here in the ninth. Napoli's at second. Santana's at first. Napoli's run, the only one that matters. He strikes out on a fastball at 100. The Indians had them first and second with nobody out against Miller and failed to score. The first out came on an interference when Lindor crashed into Headley. Yankees and Indians tied at 6. Joe Davis and David Cohn. Starlin Castro to lead off this inning against Cody Allen. And Castro lifts a fly ball down the right field line. Abraham Almonte into the corner for out number 1. It's been an entertaining back and forth game with a lot of wrinkles to it. Both teams had their chances in the late innings. Yankees had the leadoff man on in the top of the ninth, then a double play from McCann. Indians had first and second, nobody out, and couldn't score in the bottom of the ninth. Chase Headley 1 for 3 today. 1 for 4, beg your pardon. Strike one.
Yeah, what we thought was going to be a pitching matchup turned into a bit of a back and forth slugfest as CC Sabathia was charged with 5 earned runs and 5 2/3, and Indian starter Danny Salazar 5 2/3 and 6 earned runs.
Allen pops the mid at 93. Strike 2 on Headley. There's the story in line score form. 6 runs on 11 hits for both sides. 2 uncharacteristic errors from the Indians. Now, because they were able to get Miller through 2 outs in the ninth, you didn't bring Chapman in until the final batter to get Uribe. Yankees will still have Chapman available for the bottom of this 10th. Nine 1-2 due for the Indians.
Good news for the Yankees that they can run Chapman back out there. The bad news is Cleveland's closer still in there too, and Allen. We talked about Francisco Lindor and his talent. I think that's a lesson that he learned in the last inning that he won't forget. Base running lesson. The fielder always has the right of way.
Headley sends a fly ball to left center. Davis and Ramirez back at the wall, and Ramirez can't get it. Headley's got a double. So the Yankees with a go-ahead run in scoring position with one gone here in the 10th.
Well, it's not exactly like Fenway Park here at Progressive Field, but this ball's hit pretty well. But it's kind of a fly ball too. And that 370 mark right there, maybe 375 where he hit it, that comes up quickly there in the gap, and that's why they made the wall higher. But nonetheless, Chase Headley a double with one out here in the 10th.
So the Yankees will see if the bottom of the order can get it done. Rob Refsnyder is 1 for 4. His lone hit, an infield single in the 6th. Yankees are 42 and 44. 7.5 back in the division, 5.5 back in the wild card, but with 5 teams between them and the second wild card spot right now. So a lot of work to be done. And over the final months of this season, here's a 1-0. Refsnyder pops it up. Shallow center, Lindor calling and giving way to Davis.
Saw Refsnyder's immediate reaction off the bat. He knew he'd missed one. Got a fastball to hit and got beat.
Austin Romine. Pinch ran for Alex Rodriguez after Rodriguez walked in the 6th and came in to score what was a go-ahead run at the time on a bases clearing triple from Brett Gardner. Second trip up there tonight. Walked his first time and has a nice swing at a fastball for strike 1. Cody Allen trying to go 2 full innings. Indians closer ready for an 0-1 pitch.
Clearly more of a sense of urgency for the Yankees, not only in the trying to get a win out of this game, but a tie game on the road with your closer already committed.
This team's earning the All-Star break. Game was what, 3.5 hours through the 9 innings. On to the 10th now. Final game of the first half tomorrow. Carlos Carrasco for the Indians. Masahiro Tanaka for the Yankees. 2 under Romine. 2-2. It's 1:10. Start time tomorrow in the series finale. Yankees are hoping they can win this one and set up a chance to finish the first half at 500 tomorrow.
And that is a big deal for a struggling team at the end of a 10-game road trip that hasn't gone very well.
Allen and the Indians trying to get their 18th win out of their last 22 games. Romine takes strike 3. He was fooled, and the inning is over. Tied at 6 to the bottom of the 10th in Cleveland. With the sun starting to go down behind Progressive Field here in Cleveland. Aroldis Chapman came on to get the Yankees out of the 9th inning to force extras. He struck out Juan Uribe with men at first and second. He needed only 6 pitches to do it, so fresh to face 9-1-2 here in the 10th, or 8-9-1 with Abraham Almonte to lead it off. Almonte started the 8th inning with a double, but was stranded at second. And then again, the Indians had the first 2 men on in the 9th and could not score. How long will Aroldis Chapman be in a Yankee uniform? Is 1-1. Almonte fouls it off. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The Yankees obviously have never had any names on the backs of their uniforms, so they're defined by their numbers. And number 54, I think about Goose Gossage, another great closer, Hall of Famer. It worked pretty well for him. But you're right. How long Chapman wears that number is the question at this point.
Facing a guy in Almonte who never wore a Yankee big league uniform, but was originally signed by the Yankees out of the Dominican Republic. 11 years ago, traded to the Mariners, made his debut there, then the Padres, now the Indians, and now 3-2. Yan Gomes due next, then the top of the order for Cleveland. Almonte with a liner to center that hangs up, and Ellsbury's got it for out number 1. Can't square it up much better.
Well, Yankees home radio guy John Sterling's famous for his call of "That's baseball, Susan," and line drive right there. Almonte almost had a home run earlier. He swung the bat so well. Cleveland has been threatening to win this game for the last 3 innings. And that's why you get high fives. You did your job. Production was good. Direction out of your control.
Yan Gomes had a similar outcome his last time. Pounded the ball on the screws. The right of the shortstop, Didi Gregorius. Does have home run power, but the wind is blowing in from left, and it's knocked down more than its fair share of balls this afternoon. Chapman's 1-0, and Gomes fouls it off, strike 1. Give away Yan Gomes' bobblehead today. Would be an appropriate way for the day to finish. He could knock one out of here. There it is. Fisted down the right field line. Refsnyder's over, and it's just foul. We like to talk about luck. I think Gomes would like just a touch of luck to come his way this year.
You know, the old saying is, oh, it all evens out. No, it doesn't. Maybe over the long haul, large sample sizes, but for a half a year or even sometimes a full year, it does not even out.
A guy that was one of the best hitting catchers in the game in 13 and 14, dealt with injuries last year. Things have snowballed on him this year. Really struggled. And out number 2 against Chapman in the 10th. Well, again, if you're tuning in for the UFC pre-fight show, it's on FS2 right now, and we'll get you there as soon as this game ends, whenever that may be. Or you can check it on Fox Sports Go. Here's Rajay Davis. The base is empty and 2 gone. Chapman trying to work a perfect 1 1/3 in relief. Slider for a strike. And it's UFC prelims, but if you're tuning in for it, you know that. Well, after the 10th, that's where things get a little bit murky. You don't figure Chapman's going to be run back out there for the 11th. You don't figure Allen's going out there for a 3rd inning. And neither team, no team is great once you exhaust your back end guys like these teams have done. Half-hearted swing and a miss. 1, 2, 3 go the Indians in the 10th, and we go to the 11th. prelims are on FS2 right now. We'll get you switched over there as soon as this one finishes. It's also live on Fox Sports Go, so fire up the app and you can watch UFC 200 prelims. In this game, we're locked at 6. Tommy Hunter comes in to pitch the 11th inning. He is the 7th pitcher of the day used by Terry Francona. Top of the order for the Yankees, Brett Gardner. Doubled and scored in the 3rd and had the big 3-run triple in the 6th. Yankees haven't scored since. Indians tied the game in the 7th with a Jose Ramirez 2-out single. Gardner shows bunt, takes ball 1.
Tommy Hunter, a veteran, turned into kind of a journeyman. Started with Texas 4 years, ended up with Baltimore for 4 years. The Cubs for a quick stop, but now here in Cleveland, 2016. He's always had a good fastball in the mid-90s. Throws strikes, and those kind of guys usually get 2nd and 3rd and 4th chances. And Tommy Hunter's no different. Actually has decent numbers here in Cleveland so far.
1-1 to Brett Gardner. Upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. The Indians would like to address what is not a bad bullpen as far as ERA. They're top 10 in baseball. What a spot that, as the deadline approaches, the Indians will be searching for help in. 2-2 on Gardner.
Well, Gardner's the main reason why we're here. His bases clearing triple got the Yankees right into this game. And Alex Rodriguez with a big pinch hitting appearance, worked a walk, brought up Gardner with the bases loaded, and he cleared them with a triple. Cleveland tied it back up in the bottom of the 7th off of Dellin Betances, which doesn't happen that often.
Gardner to second. Kipnis across his body. Kipnis set to lead off the bottom of the 11th for the Indians, but a nice defensive play to start the top.
Pretty good to be a Cleveland fan right now with those 2 guys up the middle, Lindor and Kipnis. Pretty consistent, pretty good to watch.
Pretty good to be a Cleveland sports fan, period, right now. I don't know if the Browns could just get it in gear this fall. There's Ellsbury with the bases empty and 1 out. There's the cue. The parade here. The NBA title, 1.3 million people, I think I saw the number was.
Nothing like the first.
Yeah. Tied him up on strike 2.
It's about it anything in life, right? The first.
Yeah.
Especially LeBron when you're down 3-1, and what a dramatic comeback. So when the Indians getting hot almost simultaneously.
It was the 3 wins in a row for the Cavs, and then the 14-game franchise record winning streak for the Indians right on the heels of it. Indians got that 14th win in a 19-inning game in Toronto last weekend.
I was hoping you weren't going to bring that up.
Yeah.
They have a thing going on here in Cleveland.
Ellsbury says he didn't offer, and Tom Hallion disagrees.
From the side, right on the borderline. Ellsbury thinks no, but his opinion does not matter.
Jason Shreve, answer to the question, who replaces Chapman? Ball into Beltran. The Indians will have 2, 3, and 4 coming up in the bottom of this inning.
Well, you mentioned that 19-inning game that Cleveland played and won on the back end of that 14-game win streak. It just shows the resilience of this Cleveland team and the hunger. Some good athletic players out there. There's some youth. There's some hunger. Never give in. Probably could have won this particular game 2 or 3 times in the last couple of innings. Still hanging in there. They're tough to contend with right now. This Cleveland Indians team is scrappy. They feel good about themselves. They're well constructed. Their pitching keeps them in every game. It's not an easy place to come and play right now.
Historically, the Yankees have been really good coming into this ballpark. The Indians have won 14 of their last 16 games here at Progressive Field. Historically, the Yankees have a higher winning percentage here than the Indians do. Beltran looking for a pitch that he can drive in a 6-6 game. He got one, but hit it on the ground. It sneaks through for a base hit. Not too often ground balls find their way through the shift.
Just seems like everything Beltran hits is right on the sweet part of the bat, even ground balls. That one almost looked like a worm burner going through. See, it's just hugging the ground, staying down. A lot of spin on it. Hit right off the sweet spot once again from Beltran. And this time he will get pitch run for.
Ronald Torreyes comes in
with 2 outs.
That means the only position player left on the bench for Joe Girardi is Mark Teixeira. Here's McCann. McCann, it's a missile towards the right field corner, and it bounces over the glove. Here comes Torreyes. Almonte's throw is cut off, and the Yankees have taken the lead on a 2-out double from Brian McCann.
Make your manager look good. Right on the heels of pinch running for Beltran. McCann right on the button. And the Yankees have gotten some breaks down in the corner as balls bouncing over outfielders' heads on doubles, and Torreyes is off to the races, and there's no doubt here. He runs well, and about this time the ball's bouncing over the right fielder's head, and no doubt about it, he's going to make it easily. Scoring from first on McCann's double.
And Brian McCann locked in right now. Exit velocity on that ball is 106. Major league average is about 88.
A lot of loud sounds coming off of that bat today.
Now do you consider running Chapman back out there?
I'm sure Joe Girardi's tempted.
Yeah.
It's a great point, Joe, because his pitch count is not too high. Not sure. He's still out there.
It's only thrown 19 and 1 1/3. So they put Gregorius on and bring up Starlin Castro. Torreyes comes in and pinch runs for Carlos Beltran, and moments later McCann pounds a double into the right field corner that bounces over Almonte. Not sure Beltran is scoring on that ball.
Nope. Or the risk factor of him trying to score too is very dangerous with a sore hamstring.
Castro trying to give the Yankees some insurance. Looks at a strike. 2 for 13 in this series.
Great point, Joe. The Yankee bullpen is suddenly quiet, and Chapman's still on the bench.
He would have to earn it. 2, 3, and 4 due out for the Indians. It's Kipnis, Lindor, Napoli.
Somewhere Goose Gossage is going. Run him back out there. Are you
right.
kidding me?
1 1/3.
Yeah.
Come on. $18 pitches. Come on.
You can almost hear Goose growling right now.
Hunter's 1-2 to Castro. Tails in there for strike 3. But the Yankees have taken the lead, and a double from Brian McCann. Will Chapman come back out? A fun game. Bottom of the 11th is coming up. Right now the difference is Brian McCann's 2-out RBI double, scoring to Reyes from first, who is pinch running for Carlos Beltran after his 2-out single. Yankees trying to take a 2-1 series advantage, trying to give themselves a chance to finish the first half 500 with a win tomorrow. And Chapman does in fact come back out. He'll try to go 2 1/3. He's gone 2 innings 11 times out of the bullpen in his career. Last time was last July, and it was against Cleveland. Ball 1 to Jason Kipnis, who's followed by Lindor and Napoli in this inning. The men you want up if you're the Indians. So while Chapman has those handful of 2-inning outings, he's never gone 2 1/3, and this would be 2 1/3 with him getting the final out of the 9th inning. (3-0) on Jason Kipnis.
You know, with a pitcher like Chapman, you know, Brian McCann is almost better off just staying right down the middle. You know, most catchers nowadays move in to out, pitch to pitch. But with Chapman and his velocity, he's almost better off just sitting.
He walks Kipnis to start the 11th.
You didn't think this was going to be easy, did you, Joe? Not the way these Cleveland Indians play baseball this year. They are not going to go quietly. Kind of a gift from Chapman on a first pitch walk, but nonetheless, we got action with Lindor up and his compadre Kipnis on first.
Chapman's ready. Inside, ball one on Lindor. Season high for pitches thrown in an outing for Chapman is 28. Number 26 of this outing coming here. With a tying run at first, winning run at the plate in the All-Star Lindor. Fly ball to right. Ref Snyder's there. Remember when I asked you why Terry Francona didn't pinch run for Mike Napoli in the 9th inning?
Yes.
Here's the answer.
That is always the problem. That's the dilemma for managers, especially in the American League. You don't have to worry about taking out a pitcher until he's done. You don't have to double switch, but pinch running for your DH, a big deal in the American League. And Napoli with a shot here against Chapman.
Brute power against brute power. 99, strike one. Napoli's walked 3 times today. A guy that's number 2 in the American League in strikeouts on the season. Chapman's 0-1, and Napoli swings through it. 100, strike 2.
Pretty good swing, pretty good pitch. For Chapman, the battle is to go up the ladder just high enough out of the zone to get Napoli to swing through it. For Napoli, swing hard, even with 2 strikes.
Down the right field line, but it peels into the seats and it stays at 0-2. Napoli has owned the Yankees in his career. First season in an Indians uniform. 18 home runs, 60 runs batted in. That's top 5 in the American League. But behind her oldest Chapman, 0-2. One for ball one. They've got him picked off. Tag down from Castro. And suddenly the Yankees are a strike away. Kipnis caught leaning. And they get him for out number 2.
Well, somebody saw something on the Yankees bench because the pickoffs are called from the bench by Tony Pena. So you tell me, the one time Chapman throws over there, he's right. So somebody deserves some credit on that Yankee bench for either guessing right or seeing a sign that they knew. And that guy's one of the best in the business, Tony Pena. One of the great catchers of the generation as well.
And just like that, it's finished. Chapman strikes out Napoli, and in the blink of an eye, the Indians go from getting a leadoff walk to being finished off by Chapman's first career 2 1/3 inning outing.
Somewhere Goose Gossage is nodding his head. Atta boy. Let's go ahead and show you how this came down. Chapman right down the middle, right on by. Same thing. Swing and a miss. Good swing there. That was close. Another one fought off. Wasted up and away. After the pickoff, right on by. Let her high.
And so the Yankees win Game 3 and will have a chance to go into the All-Star break at 500 with a win tomorrow. We go to Kevin Burkhardt in Los Angeles.